Good morning. I call the May meeting of the State Board of Education to order. Uh, I'd like to welcome our guests that are viewing online and those that are with us today. We recently celebrated National Teacher Appreciation Week, and I believe that every day should be Teacher Appreciation Day to recognize the tremendous job that they're doing all the time, but especially during this difficult time. It's also the time when we need to remember that this is the anniversary of the landmark decision, Brown versus Education, that ended the racial segregation in public schools, or that was designed to end racial segregation in public schools. I wanted to acknowledge that all board members are present, with 9 in the room and Michelle on Zoom. The mission of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare students for lifelong success through rigorous quality academic instruction, career training, character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, I will ask us to pause for a moment of silence. Will you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Today in your packet you will find that there's one addition to the consent agenda, 17O, which will be the Alliance for Boys and Girls Club contract to Bridge for the Future initiative, which is part of the ESSER process. Also, I anticipate today that there will be a great deal of discussion, which means it may be difficult to stay on time. Please be aware of that, but I'm going to try to give everybody all the time as much time as possible to participate in the discussion. But we have several issues today that I think are going to require discussion. If we do not finish today on time, and I don't anticipate this will happen, but this is what we're going to do. If we at about 6:10 are not finished, we're going to recess for the day, because we have obligations later this evening in the Kansas City area. And then anything that we do not finish, we will discuss tomorrow at the school I believe we're going to the school for the blind last. We will discuss whether or not to finish the agenda at that time, depending on what other people's responsibilities are. I hope that doesn't happen, but in case it does, I wanted to warn us early. Are there is there any issues related to the agenda? Michelle.
Thank you, Chairman Porter. Yeah, just a few that I want to pull off. Only one I have a question on, and that is F this afternoon. It's F, but I'm going to pull off E, F, G, H, and L, but only have a question about F this afternoon. Comment or question about F.
Okay.
I won't take up much time on the others.
Okay, so to be clear, you have a question about F, but the rest of them we can vote on together.
I'm going to vote on separately on those.
Okay, but the ones that you have pulled, we can vote on all of them separately. All of them together. Or do we need to vote on each one separately?
Well, I want to pull off to vote separately on E, F, G, and H, and L. And I only have one comment I want to make this afternoon, or question on the F.
Okay, the question I'm asking is, can we vote for the ones that you have pulled after we approve the rest of the consent agenda? Is it okay with you if we vote for the rest of them, the ones that you have pulled, in one motion, or do we need to do it each individual motion?
Oh, Yeah, I just will vote no on those, but it's up to you how you want to do
So in
that.
that case, we'll do them as a package after we do the others. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the agenda then with the changes in the consent agenda? Jean and Dina. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Motion carries unanimously. There are two sets of minutes, one for the regular meeting of April the 13th and 14th, and one for the special meeting on April the 19th. A motion would be in order to approve the agenda for April 13th and 14th. Is there a motion to approve? Jim and Dina. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? That appears to be unanimous. Is there a motion to approve the agenda of April the 19th, the special board meeting of April the 19th? Ben and Betty. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and now it is our extreme pleasure to be able to welcome our commissioner. Welcome, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Good to see all of you. It's a outstanding day, outstanding week, and we've got as Mr. Porter said, a really intense agenda because we're going to be doing some touring tomorrow, the School for the Blind and Deaf. But just to let you know, that will probably be intense in June and July and August. We've got some opportunities as we go forward. I'm going to see if I can get Eric we got a screen out. I don't know if you can do anything about that. It will help this side of the room see things a little bit better than having to turn around. So I'm going to focus today on many things that are not new, but seem to get lost in our discussion across the state about what's happening in schools. Happened to have dinner last night with Ben and Jim and Jean, and we were talking about some really outstanding things. Not a few outstanding things, a lot of outstanding things going on in schools. This is your definition of a successful high school graduate. To remind you where it came from, you charged at that time the Kansas Superintendents Association draft us a definition. You took that, modified it slightly, added civic engagement and changed a few words, and that became your definition. So think about this. When people talk to you about, oh, are we being successful when we graduate kids? Well, there are, in essence, 5 looks at that: academic, cognitive, technical. We're going to spend a great deal of the morning on some technical, talking about computer science and coding and some other things. Employability, that we'll be talking about that also, and civic engagement. To do what, though? Because the purpose of school is to do something, right? Become a successful adult. Do something with that. We lose track of that sometimes when we get in the weeds of, well, what occurred on any single day? It's to be successful in post-secondary ed, wherever you go. And then to have a group of skills that enable you to be a productive adult. And it's those skills that formulated your outcome. So, social emotional growth, we'll talk about that quite a bit in detail. Individual plans of study, I'm going to highlight some things there. Kindergarten readiness. You know, again, communities are going to have to engage on having students arrive to kindergarten social, emotionally, and academically ready to learn. Where should that occur? In the home, with families. So anything we can do to support that, we should do that, right? And then communities should say, well, then how do we do that? What we find is, in the economy before pandemic, and we're certainly going to find it coming out of the pandemic, most families, most, not all, if they have 2 parents, they're both working in order to have a standard of living, and they need a support system in order to accomplish that. If that's true in your community, then the answer may be different as you look at how to do kindergarten readiness. And then we have to measure high school grad rates and post-secondary completion, because at the end of the day, plus being happy, those are things that are really, really important. So as we think about the bulk of today and going forward, June, July, August, going into the fall, we've got a couple of things that are going to converge. A large part of your consent agenda is coming on the heels of what I presented to you last month, which talked about here are the EANS and the ESSER guidelines for the small amount of money that's set aside by the state. So as you know, ESSER 3, the very first thing that you approved said, we have too many school districts in our state that would not get enough money because of the poverty formula that this flows through to actually even operate summer school. You trued up those districts to a minimum of $600. That was a huge, huge part. I'm going to show you in just a second something called Higher Pass, which has to do with post-secondary attainment specialized to Kansas, and you'll see a contract in there for them to get started with that work. We have a great group of teachers, Teachers of the Year, Horizon Award winners, are going to scale up your vision with teachers in regional workshops throughout the state. And we're going to be talking about doubling down on literacy, doubling down on social emotional, the training of staff so that we can really accelerate your work, and then some work on assessment, which is not coming to you in your consent today. So Mr. Porter said, be prepared maybe for a long meeting. I'm going to also ask you to think about, we may have to be prepared for a special meeting between now and the June meeting, because some of these things will need your approval to get started as early as this summer, and they're not ready. We're still meeting with the YMCAs, for example, YWCAs. We're still meeting with 4-H groups. We're trying to get those things lined out, but they're just, it takes a big lift to get those lined out. But I want you to think about this. This money, this 10% set aside, has two purposes. Recover from the pandemic. That's number one, right, top. Second, propel your vision forward to accomplish the goals that you want to do. It has to do both. It does both. It recovers from the pandemic, and it propels your vision forward in the state of Kansas. That's what we're trying to do. Now, just before I came down here this morning, I read a RAND report, a research study that validates what we found in Kansas. It said during the pandemic, there were in essence 2 worlds in education going on in every state at the same time. The urban centers were remote and the rural centers were in person. And did we not see that in Kansas? That when we would run reports, we had over 80% of the school districts in Kansas in person, operating fully with quarantines, and some precautions, but they were operating, but not 80% of the students, because our large urban areas were not, for the most part, back at that time. That's created us some challenges as we come out of the pandemic. Going to create to us some challenges as we think about training going forward. So I'm just going to highlight a few things that are in your consent today, primarily on the training side, as we bring some of these items back to you. First, this wheel, how many times do you think you've seen this wheel, Dina? Probably, a couple. This wheel was done at our request when we came back, it was put together. We came back from the tour, and we had all of these skill sets that you see where people said these were important skills. And we happened to meet with 2 researchers from the University of Kansas. And they said, we're doing work in this area. As you know, we were the first state in the country to have social emotional standards. And Patty Noonan, Dr. Patty Noonan and Dr. Amy Gomer Erickson, you'll see their proposal in the packet. This is to extend their work. This is to extend the training so that people can know How can we teach self-regulation? And it will be free, as it is now, to school districts. It's on their site. You can go to their site. So it's going to be very, very important. This is nothing new. This is an extension of that work so that we can talk about that. Cognitive. Your definition calls for cognitive skills. We'll be talking a lot about that when we talk about the academic and cognitive with computer science. But I will tell you, and Ann will tell you, because we talk to businesses a lot, if you ask a business person today, tell me the skill sets that you need in your employers, they're first going to go to the interpersonal skills. And they're going to tell you, we need these people that can do these skills. We need people that have integrity and perseverance and adaptability, and they work in teams, and they can project manage. So you're going to see this as part of what's going to come back to you. Now let me jump off here, and hopefully I can do this. Eric's going to look at me like, let's see if he can pull this off. And here's Higher Pass. You'll see that contract. Kansas company. You can for your history lesson of the day, it's called the Higher Pass is a subsidiary of the New Boston Creative Consulting Group, and you can figure out why it's called New Boston and located in Manhattan, Kansas. There's a history behind that, by the way. But look at this. This is geared to parents. The work that we will do with them, it's already out there, we're going to enhance it. The work that we're going to do with them will align to Zello and career cruising. So when kids are looking at things, they not only can look nationally, these are Kansas kids in the profession in like Stormont Vale, or here's Nathan Brown. We can meet Nathan Brown. They've interviewed Nathan Brown. He's a senior technician. And he came from Concordia and he went to Manhattan, to the Manhattan Area Technical College, and this is what he did. And you can explore profiles of Kansans in Kansas companies through this website. Set for parents, but also will be linked for kids to use it, as I mentioned, in career cruising. You know, before Zoom, we weren't nearly as good at jumping back and forth with screens. So there's two things you're seeing in your consent that are coming back that were shown to you again last week as we try to get this ready to go. Why? I'm going to talk, at some length about social emotional today, but we've got to extend the social emotional growth, right? What we've seen is that kids that need mental health help, that's the extreme side of it, kids that need help just with perseverance, need to be instructed on how to do that. And it doesn't matter whether you're in a poverty district, which Janet represents in KCK, or a wealthy district like Blue Valley. It spans the spectrum of social emotional. Kids have higher anxiety than we did a decade ago. And Higher Paths, that work will help us in the post-secondary. We're doubling, we're tripling, maybe we're quadrupling down on literacy. Mr. Porter chaired the Dyslexia Task Force, and it's time for us to get serious about literacy. We have a training program called Letters. That's a company. It's not a curriculum. It's a training, so that you can pick whatever curriculum you want, but this is to train you very in depth on how to help kids read, write, and spell. We're going to be targeting pre-K 3 teachers across the state, developing facilitators in the larger districts that we can sustain that, developing facilitators, Gene, in the service center so that the smaller districts will have a place to go, higher ed, opportunity to train them. We're looking to put up to $15 million doubling on literacy with a program that is proven, scientifically proven, and again, it's endorsed by the International Dyslexia Association, but it's not just about dyslexia. It's about good reading training. Nothing could be more important than that. So again, those outcomes, do they matter? Does your work matter? Sometimes, Ben, you're probably in the legislature and you're wondering, does this work matter? You know, you go somewhere, does anyone talk about, does it matter? Sure it matters. Let me give you an example of what you've done that isn't able to be measured on one single day on a test. In 2016-17, as we put together the vision and the social emotional, you said measure that locally. Do not send us the data. It's too sensitive. You're going to be working with kids on sensitive issues. Do not send those. So work on that locally. When we do KISA, we'll measure that. But look at that. At that time, we looked at the number of school counselors we needed in our state, the number of school social workers we needed in our state, and the number of school psychologists we needed in our state, as evidenced by the national recommended ratios. For example, a counselor for 250 kids. You know that right now, high school counselors are overworked, right? They've got to do scholarships, they've got to do all these things. Social workers, right? Dealing with a lot of different areas. Since 2016 and 17, through your push and school districts using their money, so they might be hiring their own, they might be doing work with the school mental health grant program, they might be contracting, as some of the Johnson County schools have, with Children's Mercy. There's lots of different ways to look at it. We have added 166 counselors in that time. We've added 57 school psychologists, and we've added 237 social workers. Do you think that matters? You talk to parents and ask if their kids, if that matters, they get an opportunity to meet with a therapeutic team if that's necessary. I tell the story often, but it's true. Sometime during my freshman year in college, I went back to my high school because I wanted to say hi to a great friend, teacher, Gene Neely, who's former president of KNEA. He was my social studies history teacher in government. And I walked in the hall, and the counselor, this was right at the end of school, and the counselor looked at me like, you know, like I should know this guy. And looked at me and said, he was inquisitive, like, do I know you? Well, that's because I don't ever remember getting to talk to a counselor in my 4 years of high school. I don't. That's not because they had other things to do, but I never got the opportunity. Through your efforts, you have cut that number significantly in a 4-year period. Now where did it happen? It didn't happen here. It happened because of your vision. And who executed it? 286 school districts executed it in whatever way they wanted to execute it. But you said it was important, and they said it was important. And it certainly was. We talked about post-secondary. This is some quotes from the overlooked value of certificates, associate degree, and baccalaureate degrees at Georgetown Center for Education, 2020. In yesterday's economy, most workers either find a job right after high school or get a bachelor's degree first. Because of my love of history, and I cruise the History Channel often, they have a series like the people that made food and the people that made America, and there are all these series. And you know that for the most part of the 20th century, the middle class was built primarily out of an automobile industry and here in Kansas, an aircraft industry, where you got out of high school and you went right on a line and you made great, great money. That was how we built, really, America. That article goes on, the research article, but in today's knowledge and service-based economy, 3 pathways to the middle class have emerged. High school, middle skills, and a baccalaureate degree, master's, PhD. Look at this, though. None of these pathways guarantee success, right? There's no guarantee. But good jobs for workers with a high school diploma have decreased, and it's not decreased a little, it's decreased significantly. But the middle skills and the baccalaureate degree pass are now more likely to lead to jobs that pay well. We have to have both. And the more we can get kids with associate degrees and multiple certificates, along with those that go baccalaureate, master's, and PhD, are going to be really important. Now, this month, the NASB, maybe some of you have seen this, just hot off the press. It's the NASB called The Standard. This is their journal. Reimagining School. Highlight article in that highlights your work. All about redesign, all about what you've done, all about setting that model forward. It also talks some about personalized and competency-based education. I wonder who's doing that work. It also talks some about project-based and making learning authentic and really engaged with business. I wonder who's doing that work. You are. I wonder who's telling that story. We need to more. Soon Brad and I will be going across the state between now and the end of December, telling your story in every place across Kansas and telling their story. That we have some remarkable things happening in our state. Last month, during the star recognition, the first year of the full star recognition at the highest levels, you remember that we took a look at some really remarkable statistics. I'm not sure why we can't get enough people to talk about this, because it is remarkable and it's happened in a short period of time. Since you launched your vision, high school graduation rates for all kids have gone up 2.6%. This is not new information. 2.6%. And you should want to see then, when we look at subgroups, that they've grown at least 2.6%, right? Or we grew it with white, middle-class kids, right? Which we hope to grow that too. So let's start with our biggest group, kids that do not speak English as their first language. When you look at, and predominantly that group is Hispanic, but not entirely. How did they do over the same period of time? They grew 6.5%. Like, where in the heck are we not talking about that in the state of Kansas? We moved kids that do not speak English as their first language at almost a rate of more than double the increase that we saw with all kids. Still, there's a gap. You see the gap. But look how the gap narrowed significantly. What about the kids in poverty? Faster increase than what we saw with the general population. Oftentimes, I think, if I would just listen to the rhetoric coming out, that we're failing a lot of kids. This isn't failing. This is more kids graduating high school that are in poverty, growing faster than the rate overall. And students with disabilities, same thing. Your definition, graduate high school successfully, have the skills, right? The argument's going to be about the skills. So how do we know that they have the skills? Well, we can argue a lot about those sub-skills. Janet, did you learn your phonemic awareness? Well, I don't know. Jim, what was your ACT score? I mean, we could argue about the skills, right? Bottom line, who validates the skills when you get to post-secondary? Can you do the work? Can you succeed in that work? You've seen this. This is where we started, 44, became 46, became 48. It's now at the top level, 48. Soon we think to be 49. What's happened? You increased during the same period of time post-secondary effectiveness by 4% in 4 years. And remember, we only increased graduation by 2.6. That meant that more kids went on to post-secondary than we even increased the graduation rate. You can't go on to Cali County or Stanford or Manhattan Technical School and do well 2 years out of high school if you don't have the skills to do it. That's why last month you recognized 158 school districts for their high levels of graduation, 137 for their post-secondary effectiveness, and you recognized 54 school districts that were recognized in 4, 5, or 6 categories in year 1 of the recognition. When you set forth this vision, you said it's going to take us a decade to do this work. It's not overnight. You're going to see lots of things happening today. They still are moving us forward. And Mr. Porter, you'll remind the board, we're not moving fast enough. Right? But you've made significant, remarkable progress. And we're being recognized with those school districts that are doing extremely well. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
I just want to follow up. When I was legislative liaison, a position that I am thrilled to death not to have anymore, I was grilled in one of the hearings about the fact that we were failing students with disabilities. At that point, I did the research with the help of the commissioner, and we were either first or second in the nation of graduation rate of students with disabilities. So I think that that's not something that people didn't know. I had to look for it, and I agree with the commissioner. Why aren't we making sure that other people know that? Because that's important. Ann, you have a question? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Randy, when will we get the post-secondary data for 2019? It seems like we ought to already have that.
We take the snapshot in on July 1 of 2020, so we look back to 18 then. And then we have to we call it scrub the data, make sure that there's not any inconsistencies. So you'll get that in October.
Oh, October?
Yes.
Okay. And will we be able to get the data by subgroup? Because I thought at some point we were going to be able to do that.
Well, that's certainly the next challenge. The answer is yes, we can do that. Certainly the next challenge is, let's look at that in subgroups. So let's talk about the first. You'll want to start to look at once you start climbing toward that 75, how many kids are going to 4-year and beyond, how many kids are going 2-year, how many kids are going certificate. So that'll be the first disaggregation. And then the next one will be by the free, reduced lunch, the ethnicities, those disabilities, those subgroups. So yes. Of course, right now we're trying to get the aggregate to move up too. At the same time, we'll start taking a look at those subgroups.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That's all I see. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I'm getting ready to do the open forum. We're going to blow our schedule, but I'm going to assure that everybody is going to have the opportunity to speak. Many of these, I assume, and it's always dangerous to assume, are going to be related to our next discussion on computer science. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to defer their questions to the time of that presentation. We'll ask the presenters to remain, and that means because you're from out of state, Katie, you may not get a pass when it comes to that. At this time, I declare the Citizens Open Forum. The case is open at 10:33. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest and issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues and topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board member questions will be for clarifications, and because of the time, I do ask that you defer your questions unless they are about something else at this time. We have been woefully neglected in visiting with Dr. Schrock for months, and so our first speaker will be Dr. Schrock, followed by Ryan Weber, followed by Ashley Scheidemann. Welcome, Dr. Schrock.
Thank you. I speak as an individual. I do not represent any institution. In 1980s, the Kansas Commissioner of Education was Droegmuller. And underneath the requirements at that time for high school science, you could meet them by taking home ec and shop. There were a lot of individuals that graduated with that science. Okay, that changed when Andy Tompkins became commissioner and the board evolved, and that was no longer allowed. You had to take chemistry, physics, earth science, physical science, general science, and so on, and even that got narrowed a little bit later. The second major improvement occurred in 1997, effective in 2001, because it was grandfathered for 4 years for high school students to meet that requirement. And that wasn't here, that was by the Board of Regents. And we were the last state that did not have requirements, minimal requirements for going into college. And they established them at that time, and in doing so, they added that one of the courses needed to be chemistry or physics. And that immediately caused a teacher shortage, one that we really never filled because we've never had more than half of our physics teachers actually qualified, and most of our chemistry not. But it did cause a shortage that still exists dramatically today. But that did increase things quite well. But then this board, at least 8 members of this board, know that it was only shortly before the pandemic that you got to go over and meet with Board of Regents as they took away that requirement and dropped down to a low ACT score, a credit card and a heartbeat, and I think they'll waive the heartbeat. Marketing and commercialism is not where things should be. There are several issues here. First is the course itself. Home ec and shop and computer science, quote, are not science. The second issue, so it's not science content. The second issue is how the teacher is trained. And in the case of those others, they were not trained in science. Most of the teachers are business teachers that teach computers. Another issue is the fact that the more time you spend on screen, the lower your scores on the international comparisons on math and science. I have the data here. I'll hand it out at the end. I took Fortran, I took Pascal, and they were useless a couple years afterwards. We see a huge turnover in hardware and software. This is what you're buying into. We need, in this last year, we need science, dramatically more science than what we're getting. And here is a proposal to actually cut that back, just like we did under Droegmuller. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Schrock. Dr. Schrock and I have had a continuing discussion about the 3-minute limit, and I told him that we would be glad to discuss a 2-minute limit if that met his approval. Our next speaker is Ryan Weber. Welcome, Ryan, followed by Ashley Scheidemann, and then, pardon me, Sierra Bond. Go ahead.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today about computer science education. And the last speaker had a good point about branding of this subject. Now, maybe back years and years ago, there was an opportunity to not include that science word, because in every state where we have advocated for this very important issue to be included in every high school, that is a rub that tends to occur. But so let's remove that from some of the vocabulary and just think about the demand that is increasingly growing for these skills in a future workforce. And tech CEOs across the country are trying to define where their business is going to be located, even in this virtual world, based on that perception of a future workforce. Now, there's a lot of great things happening in the state of Kansas with computer science education, but we know that there is a dearth of this course being available in all high schools. And there's a lot of competition in the country. Part of my job, by the way, I am Ryan Weber. I represent the KC Tech Council. We are an association representing the tech industry. And in Kansas City, that industry includes 104,000 workers at over 4,000 employers. It's a huge part of our economy in that region, contributing almost $13 billion to Kansas City's GDP. And for the state of Kansas, those numbers are very similar. It's incredibly important as an industry, but it's an industry that touches all businesses. The businesses that are foundational to Kansas's economy, their future growth are dependent upon technology. That's agriculture, that's transportation, and manufacturing. So when we talk about computer science or computer-related skills, I don't want you to believe that all these students are going to be entering code into a computer terminal for the rest of their professional years. However, understanding how those systems work, how code teaches a computer to run an application, are fundamental future employability skills. A student that graduates high school today that's proficient with computers is going to have a very different life than a student who does not. And I know there are challenges in regards to how this curriculum could possibly be passed down to every high school throughout the state. How could we possibly get these teachers the resources they need for professional development? But I want you to know that there's private foundations, there are industry corporations that I represent that are more than willing to help you solve that funding problem. It's increasingly urgent that we fix this. Just last year in Kansas, there were 22,000 tech jobs posted in this state, and thousands of them went unfilled. The median wage is $78,000 a year, and the highest paid position is actually a computer network architect, which may not surprise you. Here we're using Zoom and other things that are very important to connecting our society. And the median wage for that occupation was almost $100,000 a year. So we know this is important. There's a lot of competition out there. And unfortunately, Kansas is one of the few remaining states to make computer science count as a credit, which we know impacts participation rates. It helps with diversity amongst those students. And they're 6 times more likely to pursue that education after high school. It's incredibly important that we create that perception that Kansas will have that future workforce with the skills employers need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ashley, then Sierra, then Ben Seabury. Welcome,
Good
Ashley.
morning. Thank you for letting me speak again this month. It was great to see you all last month as well. I'm Ashley Scheidemann. I'm the Executive Director of Flagship Kansas.Tech, and we are a trade organization for the tech sector for the state of Kansas based out of Wichita. I just wanted to take a very quick trip down memory lane. You know, we have been working on this issue of computer science for quite some time. And around 3 years ago, the legislature said they wanted to mandate computer science. Well, we came up here and we advocated for you and said, we don't want that mandate. We want to work with the Board of Education on the issue of computer science and having it be accessible to all Kansas students. So we've been here in the long run with you guys, and we want to continue to work with you as we move this issue forward. And we want to work with Stephen as we continue to move computer science forward for the state. So I did want to remind you, we're not asking that it be mandated as a requirement. We would love for it to be allowed to serve as a core graduation requirement for high school students in the state. Like I said before, we'll continue to work with the Board of Education and other organizations throughout the state to make computer science accessible to Kansas students, to make professional development accessible to our educators, to help bring on new educators who are qualified to teach computer science in our schools. Making computer science accessible to high school students in their path to graduation will help expose them to multiple opportunities and help Kansas take another step forward in closing that computing workforce gap that we see. Flagship Kansas and our members were in full support of the recommendation that is coming your way. I couldn't agree more with everything that Ryan just said as well for the technology sector here in the state. So I want to thank you for your time and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Sierra, Ben, and then is it Sasha Oler?
I'm a little short. Hi. Hi, everyone. I am Sierra Marie Bond, and
In 4 days, actually, I will be graduating from Wichita State University with a degree, my bachelor's degree in engineering technology. Thank you. I am a 24-year-old product of the Kansas K through 12 public school system, a demographic I believe that Mr. Commissioner is familiar with, especially these last few years. And I am currently Miss Southwest within the Miss Kansas and Miss America organizations. I advocate through Let's Go Full Steam Ahead, a nonprofit I founded to focus on STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and math education and engagement to empower the next generation of innovators. I'm here to share my support for allowing computer science to count as a core graduation requirement because I believe we need this policy change now. You know, I didn't take a computer science class in high school. I actually didn't get to take a computer science class until my sophomore year of college. In high school, we were very fortunate to be issued private computers or personal computers to do research projects and write papers, but the only official training we received was a half day of orientation at the beginning of 9th grade. Nearly everything I know how to do on a computer is self-taught. And when I entered my first computer science class, I quickly realized I was far behind my peers, even though I thought I was really good with computers. The biomedical computer applications class I was in taught me very basic programming and 3D drafting skills, but more so, it taught me how to think in algorithms and to view the world as a series of systems. Once I had that realization, my learning, my leading, and my whole life changed. Now, if you're listening, you may be wondering how an engineering tech student ended up in a biomedical class, and I originally was a biomedical engineer. But after learning about computer science and realizing my own potential, and learning how technology pervades every field, we've realized more so now in the last year than ever before, I realized that I could change my major and focus on the innovation that computer science can bring. Unfortunately, with my major change, I fell even further behind my peers. And while I didn't mind playing catch-up, it made me start to think about all of the other students who didn't have access to computer science education, who didn't receive a well-rounded education to set them up for success in the innovative workforce we're entering. And that's how I began advocating for STEAM education through Let's Go Full Steam Ahead. I go inside classrooms, virtually now, camps, college campuses, to provide students with a variety of workshops to realize their own potential to thrive in innovation. One of my favorite activities is an algorithm lesson where we actually teach through planting, like pea plants and vegetable plants. And we learn, the 3rd grade classes that I do that with, we learn about how every activity we do is a system, and we learn that through computational thinking, something that you learn through computer science classes, but applied in a way that is vegetable gardening. So we're in the era of innovation, and in order for us to continue progressing as a society and growing our innovative workforce, we have to set our students and future innovators up for success. Everyone deserves a basic understanding of computer science. This is why I believe adopting the computer sciences as a core graduation requirement is so important. It will begin to ensure that Kansas students have access to computer science education and will begin to see their own potential, like I did, to thrive in this field. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to take urgent action on this topic.
Thank you. Ben, Sasha, then Nick Pools, pardon me.
Good morning. My name is Ben Seabury. I'm a board member of Flagship Kansas.Tech and an executive at a local software company. I'm here to talk about why it's critical to empower our youth to understand computer science and its concepts as they move into the workforce or into their college careers, regardless of whether or not they tend to go into traditional computer science. Benjamin Franklin once said, "When you're finished changing, you're finished." This perfectly illustrates how we're currently seeing entire industries and occupations transform at a pace that hasn't been seen since the Industrial Revolution. For example, in 2009, most aerial shots for movies were done by a cameraman in a helicopter. Today, they're filmed with a drone, which a lot of times is pre-programmed to get the perfect shot. In 2013, Boeing moved from using skilled workers to paint their airplanes to using robots, shifting their workforce to individuals who could program and debug software and hardware. In the last year, computer science has played a huge role in ending the COVID-19 pandemic. In the field of bioinformatics, which is using biology and computer science together, artificial intelligence and machine learning were leveraged in vaccine development, which allowed us to move into trials in less than 6 months. To put that into perspective, the Ebola vaccination, flu, through human trials in a record-breaking 5 years, gaining final approval only 2 years ago. Today, 58% of all new jobs in STEM are in computing. In the state of Kansas, there's about 3,000 open computing jobs, while we only graduate 516 computer science in each year. This is according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the National Center for Education Statistics. There are 35 high schools in Kansas who offer AP courses in computer science, and a total of 297 exams were taken last year. Only 46 of those exams were taken by female students, 31 by Hispanic students, and only 5 by Black students. Other states have successfully increased the number of female and minority students signing up for computer science courses just by allowing it to count as a graduation requirement. We can't rely on higher education alone to develop computational and computer science skills in our state. Through primary and secondary education, we owe it to our youth to equitably set them up in the current world, the world of the future, a world driven by technology, constant evolution of occupations, and the ability to compete for jobs in every industry, with or without a college education. I want to thank you all for your time and the service that you do for the state, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. Sasha, and if I pronounced your name incorrectly, please correct me, and Nick.
You did extremely well, thank you. Dear members of the board, my name is Sasha Ohler. I'm the board chair for Flagship Kansas.tech, as well as an executive in a software firm up in Kansas City. Let me begin by thanking you for the opportunity to come before you today and share our passion and our vision for what technology education can be in the great state of Kansas. Thank you for listening to us today and in the past, and for thoughtfully considering the facts and ideas presented to you. As you have heard from my colleagues before me, we believe that allowing computer science to count as a core graduation requirement is a first step towards providing access to all Kansas students to computer science education. We understand that this is a long process. And I believe that our past interactions with this board and with other key stakeholders has proven that we are in this for the long haul. Not just Flagship Kansas, but our industry partners across the state as well. As our economy continues to change, so do the skills needed to land and retain well-paying jobs, the majority of which require some degree of technology literacy. Yet we have not made that a focus when it comes to our children's education. In fact, the message we're sending today as a state is that we don't find computer science education to be particularly important. Let's please change that. According to a 2019 study by the McKinsey Global Institute titled "The Future of Work in America," the number of software engineering jobs grew by 45% between 2012 and 2017, at an average salary of just over $100,000. While many low-tech occupations registered a decline of over 30% during the same period. The COVID-19 pandemic has only accelerated this trend. The same report predicts that employment growth in tech-intensive and STEM or STEAM-related fields of over 30% between now and 2030, which represents 24 million high-paying, future-proof jobs, while forecasting a decline of existing low-tech, easily automated jobs of 30% or 52 million. So how do we prepare our children for that new reality? The skills that will drive the new economy are creativity, complex information processing and interpretation, advanced IT and programming, data-driven problem solving, and digital literacy, all of which are taught when we teach computer science. As a father of 3 college, high school-aged children, this is personal to me. Growing up with a dad who has worked in tech in Kansas for almost 20 years, they didn't stand much of a chance to get away without computer science education of some sort, but not every kid is that lucky. You have the opportunity to firmly establish Kansas schools as a place that prepares our children well for the new economy. You have the opportunity to lay the foundation of a thriving tech community in this state. You have the opportunity to ensure the future Kansans don't just compete for high-paying jobs, but that they land them. We at Flagship Kansas and our community of industry and education partners look forward to partnering with you in achieving those goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nick?
Good morning. I'm Nick Pools with Ignista, which is a Network Kansas initiative, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. It was quite an early start this morning. In fact, you might be asking why this rural Kansan with a mismatched accent would be taking an 8-hour round trip through the northwest Kansas rain to speak to you for 3 minutes. It's a great question, and if you look around this room behind me, I'm in good company with people who have also opted to take a journey in a similar manner. All of us with the same desire, which is to see action taken in support of forward momentum in computer science education. To give you a little background, through my roots in economic development, I have seen firsthand the impact of computer science education on a school district. A couple of years ago, I established a computer lab environment in my rural Kansas hometown for interested students to develop their computer science skills. Within 2 weeks of opening, our projections were smashed as the entire student body of 2nd through 8th grade and also a good group of high schoolers from the Phillipsburg district began to use the facility in conjunction with the school and on a weekly basis. That's 351 kids in a city that has a total population of 2,500, which is pretty amazing. In seeing that excitement, I started the discussion with state departments, with private sector businesses, technology resource partners, and with nonprofits. To formulate a model that's structured upon 3 key elements, which would be education, certification, and employment, that would serve to advance the Kansan technology sector. Now, Ignista was formed in July last year, and it does specifically that. Supported by the Kansas Department of Commerce and the Office of Rural Prosperity, this initiative works in conjunction with a rapidly growing collaborative partnership network to develop and implement inclusive statewide computer science resources. The initiative extends tech opportunity to individuals and businesses and communities across Kansas while developing an essential pipeline of skilled talent to address current and future hiring needs. So why is this information important to you? Well, to put it in a nutshell, I feel it's important for the State Department and the Board of Education to acknowledge that this work is simply not just an ask of you. And it's awareness that there is the support of a growing multitude of partner organizations and initiatives and resources that are currently aligning, all willing to roll up their sleeves, invest themselves, get their hands dirty, and do the work towards a common strategic goal of getting computer science opportunity to all individuals and communities across the state, and to be done through this collaboration and shared assets. A single entity alone cannot achieve this success, but a network of physically invested entities can do so and will do so. We are in full support of the work and the methods presented by Dr. King and are here to help in any way that we can. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you very much. I want to bring attention to my colleagues that you have another open forum, open letter to Kansas Board of Education that looks like this related to American Sign Language, and I would encourage all of us to read that. Thank you. I would like to thank our speakers for sharing their views with the board. The state will determine if any of these issues should be addressed as an agenda item. Normally, that does not say we're going to consider it and then go immediately into it. So the distance between discussing your presentations and discussion is going to be about 10 seconds. So we will now move, and so the open forum is closed at 10:57. And to my colleagues, somebody has to be the horse's rear. You have elected me to be that. We are not going to take a scheduled break. If anybody needs to take a break, feel free to do so. Nobody will think anything different of you, but we will not take the scheduled break, which is supposed to be right after this presentation. Dr. King, we welcome you and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, sir. You would think the computer science person could find the desktop. There. Huh. Nathan? Help. Okay, there we go. So I have a few documents in support of what we've been doing. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I'm excited to be able to present to you the outcome of 15 months and actually a few years worth of discussions on computer science graduation requirements as they relate to computer science in Kansas. First, I handed out a packet at the beginning of the meeting. I'd like to lead you through the contents of the packets briefly. The first document in those packets I handed out is the presentation itself. Second is the proposal that we are presenting to the Board of Education. The third is a white paper. Now, we had sent the proposal out to various educational groups, including math and science leaders across the state, and some of those comments led us to realize that a white paper is a vital part of this. It's an important part of understanding what we actually are proposing versus what some people hear us proposing. So the white paper hasn't been through leadership, it's still a draft form, it hasn't been through leadership approval yet. But it is, in large part, a result of the conversations we've had and the public comments that we've had. Now, the next part of it is the public commentary that we've actually had. One is the statistics, the graphical analysis of the responses, the categorization of the responses. Just so you know, I'm not a big fan of Likert scales. I'm not a big fan of just collecting data on that. My dissertation was based on that. I asked teachers what they felt of this, and my advisor, I'll never forget, I have my own graduate students use this as an example where my teacher said, okay, what's the difference between a 3.6 on this question and a 3.8 on this question? And I'm like, well, duh, 0.2. But what does that actually mean? What's the cardinality of that? What's the objective meaning of that? And I couldn't answer the question. And so what I did instead for this one is I said, let's get responses, and I can categorize those into positive, negatives, and I think we ended up learning quite a bit in terms of that. I think we ended up learning a lot from the positive responses. We ended up learning a lot about the negative responses and the neutral responses, which would have just gone to, you know, in a normal Likert question, they just don't care. The reality is most of those neutral responses did care. They just weren't sure what they were talking about, what we were talking about, what the proposal was. And so it's an important part of what we did. I did provide you a list of the comments directly so that you understand kind of where the comments were, what the positives and negatives. I sorted those by district, by board district, so you can see where the comments are coming from in each of your districts. Then I actually provided you a couple of legislative examples of situations where this is coming from. First is from Arkansas, and it's actually a current year legislation thing where I've talked to you about Arkansas before. Arkansas was one of the first states out of the block. If you don't think there's a competition among the states, our most recent regional state computer science supervisors meeting, we talked about this, and Arkansas said, well, they're the third state to require now a computer science credit for graduation, but they're the second state to require a full credit. So that's kind of how competitive we are as state leadership. And it just kind of makes sense because on one hand, this is important for our students, it's important for our workforces, but it also really is a competition. Some of the speakers have talked about the competitiveness between local states in terms of bringing industries in and providing job opportunities in the future for our graduates and recognizing that workforce, that technical pipeline that goes into computer science. So I just want to draw out a little bit of the competitiveness of this. The last document in the handout that I provided is a New Mexico proposal. I'm sorry, that actually was a legislation that happened in 2017. I mentioned it a couple times. This was what we modeled much of our proposal on, where it acknowledged the importance of science. It acknowledged the importance of math, but it also said that math and science can count as a computer science can count as a graduation requirement if certain requirements are met. Now, I also want to point out that in both of these legislative documents, an attention to course codes wasn't made, which is part of, we've had a discussion, I've shown you, Arkansas had a certain course code list that counted as graduation requirements, and that I think has formed some of the focus of what we talked about. But in both of these, we've come to the point where we understand that it's more of a definitional topic, more of a what is computer science, and let people figure that out, let people understand that, let people teach computer science as it's defined, as it's rigorously defined, instead of paying attention to specific course codes, course titles, and so on that, that can change over time. So those are the documents that I presented, and hopefully they'll answer some questions, they'll make more sense. Now this is where this comes from. 15 months ago, the board approved 5 recommendations for computer science education implementation. Recommendation number 3 was that computer science should count as a core graduation requirement. At the time, the board asked me, so, all right, which computer science and count as what? And I said, well, that's a good question. Let's talk about that. Let's come to understand that we have, and at the time, we didn't have a math and science consultant sitting up there on 6th floor with me because those positions were vacant. Since then, we have. At the time, I thought math and science should be part of that conversation for this purpose of legitimacy, for the purpose of, I'm not just a computer science person taking over math and science real estate in the curricular landscape. But in the time past, we've actually added a couple people. I want to introduce Meg Richard, who is part of our she's our science person. She sits up there right beside me, literally. And David Barnes, who's way back there, our math person. And I have to say that our conversations over the past 15 months, it's, I jokingly call it our STEM cell on the 6th floor. We have learned quite a bit from each other. We've spent a lot of time in each other's cubicles talking about the interrelation between computer science, math, and science as they relate to education, as they relate to technical skills, as they relate to future workforce needs, as they relate to all kinds of things. And so it's gone beyond a matter of legitimacy and much more a matter of understanding where this fits in everything. So as part of that, we've had some conversations. We've talked about other states' policies. I've got a slide where I talk about where policies sit in terms of this competitiveness with other states. We submitted a draft. We actually came up with a draft of the white paper and the regulations change that's in front of you. We submitted it to public comment. I had Miss Richard got the science consultants together. Mr. Barnes got the math consultants. We got KPLT together. We got all kinds of educational leaders together to talk about what this means. And we gathered public comment. And I compiled a public comment as part of my presentation today to talk about what our teachers in the field think about this. Now, as far as where we sit, currently in Kansas, 55 districts teach computer science. And that's computer science. Unfortunately, I talk about the definition, but it comes down to course codes when you get into a database. And so if you look at the course codes that most people consider computer science, which is the AP courses, the IB courses, the programming courses, 55 districts across the state of Kansas currently teach computer science. Now, they are the biggest districts. They are typically the most populous districts. These districts represent a large portion of the students across the state of Kansas. 95 high school buildings teach these courses. We currently have 10,000, just over 10,000 students taking a computer programming class. Now that's one CTE course. We also have a computer programming other language course, which is kind of meant to be a secondary programming course, and 521 students are taking that. There are 2 AP computer science courses. One is CSA. that is 1,170 students across the state of Kansas, and there is CSP, the Computer Science Principles course, 1,487 students. I'd be glad to talk to you later about the specifics between each course, but so that's who is taking which courses in the state of Kansas currently. Now, we've talked about 49 other SEAs, state education agencies, actually currently allow computer science to count as a graduation requirement. Only 2 states, Kansas and Connecticut, do not have a policy in the books. 22 states require computer science to be taught by each high school, and out of the other ones, 3 have legislation pending. I mentioned the 3 states that now require computer science for graduation. Arkansas is the newest addition. And 39 states and the District of Columbia require certification in computer science. As a separate note, and this is going to come up later, we have been, the TLA folks down on the first floor have been working on a computer science teacher endorsement that should be out for public comment currently. So that is in the works. We're currently moving toward that. Our graduation requirements, the minimum graduation requirements are listed here. They're also listed in the fact sheet that I think everyone received. Of course, the specifications in math must include algebraic geometric concepts. And I think that of the math discussions we had, there was nobody who didn't think that students don't need algebraic and geometric concepts in order to succeed in the future. Now, there are engineering students, like, I actually went to an engineering school, and I think if I had gone to my advisor and said, I think I'm going to stop after algebra and geometry and take a computer science course, they'd have told me no. Because to succeed, I needed further math courses. I need calculus. I actually took out calculus and calculus 2 in high school. The same thing with science. Physical, biological, earth and space concepts are required in regulation. And again, I don't think anybody is saying that students don't need this. They're minimal. Now, a lot of districts do increase the graduation requirements. I think I've heard most districts require additional requirements outside of this. In addition, we've talked about the Kansas Scholars Curriculum. It's come up a couple of times, and the Kansas Scholars Curriculum actually requires 4 years of mathematics. It explicitly requires a physics course, which the Kansas state minimum graduation requirements don't. So again, the point is that there's no one set of graduation requirements that meet every single graduate's needs. And so one of the most important messages that I've had for each of the educational groups that I've talked to is that the IPS, the Individualized Plan of Study, is crucial no matter what the student is doing, whether they get a computer science course, whether they take 4 years of math and calculus, or they take a statistics course. That IPS is key. In fact, I had a teacher, one of the educational people that I was presenting to, say, well, you're putting a lot of importance here on this IPS process. I said, well, yeah, of course. It's an important part of what we do. It's a board mandate. It's a board expectation. It is a crucial part of what we do that this individualized plan of study is implemented for every student across Kansas. And that should be part of this. All that this proposal does is it gives students, parents, counselors, administrators another option in the IPS, another explicit option. So computer science, what is it? Well, we've struggled with that. When I brought the committee together to discuss computer science standards, the very first day, I said, okay, let's talk about what standards are in the state of Kansas. And then I said, we got an hour and a half till lunch. Let's define computer science for Kansas. Hour and a half later, I said, well, that's not going to work. And so I went ahead and said, let's worry about that, because there were people saying, well, computer science doesn't, everybody pretty much said it doesn't count Word and Excel, that's fine. But there were people saying that my personal background, which is IT, infrastructure, databases, doesn't count because it's a niche area of computer science, and so on. Let's write the standards and let the standards stand for themselves. In the meanwhile, there was a document, and this is a small book, the National K-12 Computer Science Framework that has defined computer science. And the definition that they've come up with, the study of computers, algorithm processes, principles, hardware, software designs, so on. It's a much broader description, it's a much broader definition of what computer science is, what it should be, than a lot of what we're thinking about with computer science and CTE courses. Not that there's anything wrong with CTE courses. I want to point that out. I've taught CTE courses. I grew up in a world of CTE. I respect CTE, but computer science is broader than any of that. It's not just programming. It's computational thinking. It's software design, hardware design, application, algorithms, and so on. It also involves rigor. And that, I think, needs to be part of our discussion, part of our definition, because that was one of the comments that one of the thematic negative comments I kept hearing on this from responses from the field. The computer science courses aren't as rigorous as math or science courses, and the reality is they should be. To be a computer science course, they need to be based on the Model CS standards. They need to be rigorous. Again, rigorous doesn't necessarily mean difficult, but it should meet the standard requirement. It should meet the standards of Kansas. And again, they should include computational thinking practices, which, if you go back to the standards, have been kind of woven through all the different standards that we do. Computational thinking practices. If you go back over the public comments that I've heard, and by the way, I didn't ask any of those, I just saying, I didn't ask that. That was awesome, but I didn't ask them to do that. Computational thinking is part of what everybody talks about. You know, we talk about languages, and back when I was starting in this IT thing and leadership thing, I said, what languages do you want to know? And it was always something, the current language. These days, you won't hear that answer. Business people don't care typically what languages you teach. They don't care if it's a Visual Basic class or a Java class. They care that you're teaching computational thinking. They care that you're teaching computer science at a rigorous level. I do want to point out again, and the commissioner brought up the five expectations of a successful high school graduate according to the board definition. His was actually the third one, the technical skills. I brought it up off a graphic that showed it the fifth one, but this is the core of technical skills. This is what we mean when we say a student should understand technical skills. And again, it does enhance, and I'd invite questions later on to my math and science colleagues in terms of how this helps with other areas. How, you know, when I was in graduate school for physics, you couldn't do grad school in physics if you didn't understand a programming language and had the ability to build a model and crunch through data using a computer. This is a core to everything that we do in a technical basis, and even not technical. You can't buy a combine in the state of Kansas right now that doesn't have a computer on board that goes through its algorithm as you're going. It drives itself through your fields and does an algorithm for maximizing your yield. You can't run a successful manufacturing facility if it's all hand manufacturing. They're automated. There's robotics. There's all this other stuff involved in it. There's a billion-dollar company up in Marysville that has 2 buildings that don't have any people in them. And I asked him, where do you find the people that can run this equipment? And his answer was, we can't. We have to grow them ourselves. So. Now, this has come up quite often, and I mentioned before that we are working on a computer science endorsement. We had one until the year 2000. We currently have 19 teachers in the state of Kansas endorsed in computer science. We have up for public comment, I should say TLA has up for public comment, another iteration of computer science endorsement. So the hope is that soon there will be an endorsement available for computer science teachers. So the question is, who teaches these classes? Now, if it were a math class, a math certified teacher would be expected to teach it, right? If it were a science class, you would expect a science endorsed teacher to teach it. And science gets even more involved in that. There's specific areas of science that you get endorsed in that you can teach those particular courses. The thing is, this is a computer science course, and so you would expect that to teach it, I respect math teachers and they're great, but I wouldn't expect someone who didn't have a computer science endorsement to teach a computer science course. Even if it were, and some people say that this is happening currently, a computer science course masquerading as a math class. I don't expect that to be the same rigor as a computer science course taught by a computer science endorsed teacher. And so this came up a lot in public comment. Do you expect science teachers to go get the computer science endorsement? Well, sure. I love that idea. I love the idea of math teachers going and getting the computer science endorsement. I love that idea. But to teach this course that we're talking about, a rigorous computer science course, I expect it to be a computer science endorsed teacher. And then on top of that, it should be a computer science course. It should not be called a math course or a science course. This actually came up again on our regional computer science statewide supervisors call. Arkansas, who has been through this for 7 or 8 years now, pointed out the fact that they've come up against this issue too. If in their case they have 4 math courses as a minimum graduation requirement, one is a different little bit, different requirement, they allow computer science to count as that 4th one. And he said, but it's important. This is a computer science course. It's not a math course. So that's an important distinction that I think the field needs to know. I think we all need to. Our proposal is very clear on computer science is a computer science course. Now, some of the objections we've heard, computer science isn't rigorous enough to meet math or science. And again, I've talked about rigor before. In order to meet this discussion we've had, computer science course needs to be a rigorous course based upon the computer science standards. I've actually delved into what does CS mean, what does a rigorous CS course mean, and I've done a PD on this. And so in the assessed standards, you have a discussion of what rigor means. Model standards is not as easy, but what does a rigorous course mean? It means it's based upon our Kansas state model standards. Also, to talk about the impact on college-bound students' paths, and again, the individualized plan of study is absolutely key to this. Not only is it a key to this, but I think this emphasizes the importance of the IPS. This puts the IPS at the core of what that student is looking at and considering. So to get to our recommendation itself, I've given you the definition of computer science. This is the regulation on minimum graduation requirements, and the highlighted part is the addition. We're assuming, and again, we're not saying that physical, biological, earth and space science aren't important. Those have to be there. But if a student has those, then they can substitute, because there's a difference between topics and credits. And if they have the topics, they can substitute a credit in computer science for one of those credits. The same thing with algebra and geometric concepts. This is probably the best example. We have students in Kansas who complete Algebra 1 in 8th grade, which is a wonderful topical thing, but it doesn't count for a graduation credit. And so instead, if they take Algebra 2 and geometry in 9th and 10th grade, just as I did, and they're looking at, in my case, I was looking at calculus to move ahead. If they're not headed toward a field where calculus makes sense, then a computer science course will count as a 3rd math course, as long as they've got algebra and geometry as part of their existing courses. Again, this is very similar to the legislation passed in New Mexico, which said as long as they've got algebra 2 and geometry, then they can count a computer science as that 3rd credit. So some of the different scenarios, again, if you're headed for engineering at K-State, hey, more power to you. We need engineers. I was an engineering student. I get that. You probably should look at calculus, really. If you're aiming for a Kansas Scholar certification, well, you need 4 years of math. You also need physics, and so this may be not take computer science definitely and count it as a elective graduation requirement, but you still need to do 4 years of math. But again, some of those other two cases, this gives the students and the counselors, and our counselor consultant upstairs was really kind of excited by this idea. He says the counselors will love this kind of freedom, the ability, the explicit, not just the implicit ability, but the explicit ability to give students more options for graduation depending upon where they want to go in the future. So I talked about public responses, just 25 positive, 24 negative. And boy, is that a number. Again, it's why I don't like Likert scales. I prefer to get the actual comments and create a ranking based on that. And I'll be happy to share with you how I categorize those going forward if you want. But the reality is most of the negative comments had to do with the topics that I've already talked about. Math, computer science not being rigorous enough. We don't want a math teacher having to teach a computer science course. I agree with those. And that's not part of the recommendation. Most of the neutral, we had 7 neutral. And like I said at the beginning, that in a standard Likert scale would say those 7 people really don't care one way or another. And they do. Their comments were just questions, not, nobody said, I don't care. So overall, like I said, this does put an explicit emphasis on the importance of computer science, not just for our students and our staff, our administrators, our parents, but also for statewide leaders, business people who are looking to relocate and or create business centers here in the state. It says Kansas feels that computer science is important. It gives flexibility to our students. Again, it does require that the IPS process be active, targeted, and it requires us to establish computer science as a rigorous topic. So, I open it for questions.
Thank you very much. I have several, but I'll wait until my colleagues have the opportunity. We'll start with Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just clarification to the chair, and then I have 2 questions for you. This is just a receive item, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. On that front, and this might be more of a question for maybe Michelle, who's sitting in the corner back there. But are we, in terms of the licensure piece, is this going to be timed for next school year, or is this going to be timed for the next graduating class? I mean, we're going to vote on this for final action next month, I'm assuming. And then would that affect the incoming freshman class for next year? But in terms of that, that's a question for you. And then for you, it's the licensure and working with the colleges and the prep work on that end and the timeline on that. And do we have any colleges, since we haven't had the requirement for now 21 years?
Right.
I doubt a college has it in the state of Kansas right now as an endorsement area.
Correct. So when you heard Dr. King speak about the endorsement, actually he's talking about the standards. So higher ed will review the standards for this computer science endorsement, create those programs, and then we would go through our testing company, ETS, to develop the assessment that an endorsed person or a licensed person, such as myself, could take that assessment and then add it to my license to teach those higher level courses. So whether that would be ready for August or not is a little.
I'm also looking at, because we accredit colleges, but it's also an endorsement area. And I'm looking at that timeline, because I'm assuming we don't have a college endorsed, or that has the
standards.
Well, but I'm looking at the accreditation.
Right.
That we routinely do on programs, and implementing those. I'm assuming that we don't have that right now as well.
Currently, we do not have that in their standards for review.
So is there a timeline to get that online as well?
It's a priority for the state board, so it becomes a priority for us.
So, and you don't have a timeline as to when we're going to see that?
Catherine and Dr. King have been working on that and notifying.
I imagine it was a Catherine question, but.
Yeah. So I don't believe it's quite out for public comment yet, but I believe they're drawing people together to review and to develop those standards for that endorsement.
So, okay, well, I appreciate that, that timeline. And then are we talking about this affects the incoming freshman class for this next school year, since we'll do it in June, or will it go into place for people currently in school? Because typically when we change graduation requirements, it's the incoming freshmen.
Yes, sir.
So the way it's proposed, unless it's changed, it doesn't change a fundamental graduation requirement, which would then cause you to have to postpone it for 4 years for the cohort. It's allowing the flexibility, so that could go into effect if you approve it as written as early as this fall.
Okay. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just tell you, I have a lot of questions, and I won't do them all. I'll do a few and then let everybody else. And just to start.
Let me stop just a
Okay.
second, Ann. I intend to, since I anticipate a lot of questions.
Yeah.
That when we put this back on the agenda for next month, we're going to allot a lot of time.
Well, but I think it's important to get the questions
Yeah.
out now so people have a month to think about them, not land them on them next month while we're
Yeah, I'm not saying
debating
don't
what
ask
to do.
questions. I'm saying that,
Okay.
that there
All
will
right.
be multiple opportunities next month also.
Okay, that's good.
Go ahead.
Well, first, I just want everybody to know, nothing I'm going to say is going to be a surprise to Dr. King, because he and I have been talking daily, and he helped me put my materials together. So what I wanted to draw your attention to are these two documents, because I don't think the business people, or really most of the board, understand what computer science is the way they've defined it, okay? Computer science is these 6 courses, and that's it, okay? So that's why it sounds like only 55 districts have computer science, because they're all programming classes. And only 55 districts teach computer programming. But we have 4 pathways, 4 IT pathways that we've developed. Network systems, information support and services pathway, programming and software development, and web and digital communications that are taught in 143 districts. So when people say Kansas doesn't care about computer science, or we don't teach it, or we don't allow it for a credit, that's just silly. We really care about computer science. We have, I put the number up here. We have 1,785 courses offered across the state in what I call computer science. 143 districts and 193 high schools, okay? Now, if you look through here, I put a little arrow on the ones that are considered computer science that would be allowed under this proposal, and they're only found in 2 of the pathways. The other 2, like you could be a network systems person and not know programming. You can drive that tractor and not have to be a programmer, okay? So when we say that, Dr. King, that Kansas is one of 2 that don't allow it to count as a credit. Isn't that kind of misleading? Because I know in one state, it can count as a foreign language credit. And in Massachusetts, all the graduation requirements are set locally by every local board. It's not even a state mandate. So, I mean, are we really only 2 out of 50? Do they all define computer science the way this is defined?
No, ma'am. The definition of computer science varies greatly depending upon which state they are, which is why I pointed to those 2 legislative things that define computer science kind of the way we're recommending. And the computer science is a broad, rigorous definition that wouldn't include a lot of the IT courses. It wouldn't include, and that's okay. Again, I'm a CTE teacher myself. I'm all for CTE as preparation for workforce, but in terms of an academic graduation requirement, I think we elevate that by talking about our computer science standards at a rigorous level.
So in Arkansas, when you said Arkansas requires computer science, they require one of these 6 classes from every kid in the state to graduate?
They require very much the same definition that we're proposing.
Okay. Well, do you think when they talk to business people and say, "Oh, we're way behind, we're not offering it," do you think this is what business people think computer science is, or the list of 6 classes? Do you think business people even know what they're talking about?
I'm not sure business people understand what the concept of rigor is. I know that, Code.org and I, a representative, have gone toe-to-toe a few times on discussions of what counts as computer science and what doesn't.
So if you
And I've
told,
learned through that, I really have.
I'm sorry. So if you told those business people we were really offering all this, wouldn't they go, wow, you guys are really doing a lot in computer science? I'll take that. I'll stop for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Melanie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. King. I too have many, many questions, but I will keep them. I think I can stick to two. As I flip through the packet of responses, my first question here would be, comment question. I see a lot of response to, we're not willing to give up science. And we heard that today as well. I'm curious, did you offer any other options? Did you perhaps ask, what else would you be willing to give up? We have a lot of requirements for graduation. Did we talk about giving up PE? Are those kinds of things in play as we have this conversation? Because when we talk about IPS, and we're talking about the freedom for these students to be able to kind of choose their path forward, are we constructing a way for them to create that path?
At a superficial level, we did have those conversations, but I think we focused pretty quickly on what has worked in a lot of other states, including, again, New Mexico is kind of our example, and they specifically focused on math and science. Some states do allow giving up a foreign language, which I have foreign language colleagues that I wouldn't say that what they study is any less important, nor would I say science is any less important. But from a policy basis, from what's going on across the states, math and science seem to be the more frequent examples.
Melanie, I'm going to interrupt you a second and come back to you if that's okay. I see this as a jumping off spot to talk about graduation requirements, period. That this is a good time to start that process. Graduation requirements are not terribly different from what they were from when I graduated, and I graduated before most of you were born. We are in a different world. Now, my view is not practical, but we look at where they are or where we want to be. And my view is, like you sort of alluded to, we have individual plans of study. I'd like to see us at least consider individualized graduation plans to meet the needs of each individual student. Now, there's a wide gap between those two. And so I know this is going to take a long time, but I welcome this discussion because I think it opens the broader discussion of what graduation requirements should be if we're going to meet the needs of the 21st century student, which may not be the same thing as when the Carnegie units were developed in 1909. So be prepared, board, that we're going to have a very broad and probably difficult discussion, at least I want to, about the whole aspect of what a graduate should have and what a graduate should look like in Kansas. And should that be based on their individual needs or a set of requirements? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Melanie.
You hit the nail on the head there. I'll switch gears a little bit and also ask, as we talk about credentialing teachers, what options have you explored, or will you be exploring options for perhaps offering these classes as something that happens entirely online? When I think about my own career in computer science as a software engineer, everything I learned was self-taught. I started with a book that was in the 90s, but I quickly moved to the computer, and any developer will tell you, if you don't know the answer, you just Google it. So what do those options look like?
So yes, my only two formal classes in computer science were one in Pascal and one in Java. So I do understand that. Currently, K-State is developing an online core computer science curriculum that'll be available for teachers. We are also, Michelle mentioned that, that we're looking at our testing provider, who currently has a computer science test for credentialing teachers, which then would be part of our once that, you kind of got to get one brick before the other one. And so that one has to be adopted and said, yes, we'll do that. And then that'll be the training opportunity for teachers. As it is, and somebody mentioned business teachers, most of the people teaching computer science courses that we would call computer science, whether it's CTE or not, in the state of Kansas are business teachers, credentialed business teachers. And so how do you get them so that they are competent and confident in teaching rigorous computer science courses? And that's been my question all along. And I think the TLA folks have done a really good job bringing together our post-secondary partners to discuss that and describe that. I'm really excited about the draft of the standards, the endorsement standards. Looking forward to public comment and kind of seeing where that goes. I just don't have an answer for you yet.
Oh, that's great. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Dina?
Some of them are based on questions other people have asked, but when we're looking at this document that is the references, the pathways, would some of those courses be considered as actually being something that would satisfy the coursework that you've outlined on this particular document?
Maybe, yes, ma'am. The question is going to be whether or not those courses meet the definition of computer science as laid out in the proposal, and then whether those courses are rigorous in terms of whether they meet the Kansas State Model Computer Science Standards. Many of these aren't. I mean, again, I don't want to say anything bad about our CTE courses, but they're very narrow topical courses. There's a great course on databases that I'm personally teaching right now. And I believe very, very strongly in the importance of database. That's not a computer science course, that's a database course. And so to be a computer science course, it has to meet the broad definition at a rigorous level.
So if some would qualify but others would not, could you go through and identify which ones would qualify?
I think our
or is that on a case-by-case basis?
It would be mostly on a case-by-case basis based on the districts. But I think we've already gone through and looked at 5 or 6 of the course codes that are most likely to qualify. So the AP courses, the IB courses they're validated by the College Board and by the individual, the International Baccalaureate Society. And so they are, one would expect, meeting the definition of computer science at a rigorous level. Programming courses are more of and we had this discussion a couple days ago, programming courses are more of a maybe thing. Because if it's just, again, nothing wrong with JavaScript. If it's just a JavaScript course, that's great. That prepares them for a certain aspect of the workforce. But is it really a computer science rigorous topical course, academic course? And the answer is it depends on what else is being taught. Are they covering the breadth of the definition of computer science?
Okay, some of these courses are 31 and 41 courses. So are those higher than a 10, I guess it's a 10. So in Rigor, are they higher, or how do we recognize that?
So the course codes actually come from the national course, NCAIS, I think is the acronym. There is a course code database that says that if you're teaching an applied concepts and networking course, this is actually the 31 courses all come from our own kind of random assignment, if you will. But a lot of these course codes come from the national database. They are not intended to be a measure of rigor or level. They are instead, it's kind of like the numbers in the Library of Congress structure, where the number comes from where it fits in the categorization.
Okay, second question.
Just a
or third
second.
question.
We're going to.
How long will it take to have post-secondary students be in the pipeline to actually fulfill our need for a licensed computer science person? Do we know that?
Michelle's wandering toward the front.
Yeah.
So there would be a certain amount of transition time, and know too that once that endorsement is approved by you all, any teacher in Kansas can add that to their license. Whether they're a math teacher, a science teacher, a middle school English language arts, that would allow you, provide that opportunity for us to allow for a lot more flexibility.
So they would just need to pass the test?
They certainly could, or they could take coursework and the test.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to
Thank
interrupt
you.
at this point. We are going to put this again on the agenda next month. It'll be an action item next month. However, if we are not comfortable, that vote can be postponed because there's going to be ample time to ask questions. Jean has been in the queue for a long time, so we're going to let Jean answer the question, and then we will start with Ann next month, and we will then vape for a while.
I'll be quick, I promise. Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to say that I think this is a really important area for all of our high school graduates. And while we may need to take a first step to incorporate this now, I would really prefer to see this as a separate graduation requirement so that all students are gaining an understanding and familiarity with this, because from what I hear from business and industry and representatives of organizations is that this will be embedded in any career that they would choose. And to have this basic knowledge in high school is really going to be essential. So I think we're doing a disservice to students by not requiring it, and I don't want to see us replace math or science credits with something. We need to have those as well. So I would really like to see this be eventually considered a graduation requirement. I see this as a first step, as you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Be prepared for another, probably more lengthy discussion, because this is extremely important. I want to make sure, and obviously there are numerous concerns and numerous aspects of this process, all of which need to be addressed by the board as they before we make informed decisions. I was going to ask you, Scott, about the regulation issue, but I'll postpone that too, and how we get around that. But I'll wait till next month to do that at this point. Thank you. I apologize to my colleagues for stopping at this point, but I can assure you that there will be ample time for further discussion of this very important subject. And I am going to also make sure that we expand it to talk about the totality of graduation requirements and what best meets the needs of the 21st century student. Mark, this is the time that we should have taken a break, and we're not going to do it.
Thank you very much. I don't usually have this clear the room effect when I come up, but that's okay.
That's okay, I generally do.
Yeah. So we will do our best to try to help you catch up a little bit I know that that was a very important discussion, and glad you were able to have it. I'm going to present along with several members of the Vaping Task Force. Hina Shaw from the Kansas Health Institute, Jordan Roberts from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and Mike Kruger from the Johnson County Health Department. Again, all members of the Vaping Task Force. Chairman Porter, fellow members, and Commissioner Watson, thank you very much for allowing us to present. I'm Mark Thompson. I'm an education program consultant for health and physical education here in the agency, and oversee the work of the task force that began in the summer of 2019. So we're going to I'll go over a little bit of what schools are seeing, some of the challenges, talk about some trends. Then Jordan Roberts is going to share information on cessation resources. Hina Shaw will talk about Project Echo, and finally Mike Kruger will talk about the challenges associated with disposing of vape paraphernalia and what schools can do. So what schools are seeing, and this has been just observations from and discussions that we've had among the task force members, and some pointed questions I've made. You know, the reality over this last year, because so many students have not been in school, or they've been in and out of school, it's been a bit challenging to figure out exactly what has happened on the vaping landscape over the last year. So this is in large part anecdotal, but for the most part, we believe that there has been a decrease in vaping. Most of the feedback suggests that. However, when you look at it in a little more depth, even though there may be fewer users, it is quite likely that the use is higher among those who are using. We also believe that there's possibly higher use of marijuana, whether it's through traditional smoking of marijuana or through vaping of marijuana. We have heard, and Michelle Dombrowski has shared this as well, that her children are seeing more anti-vaping ads on social media, such as TikTok, and others have shared that as well. And we had one school that shared that they are seeing an increase in dangerous alcohol consumption and also suicide attempts. So it's kind of a mixed bag. We can't necessarily say that you know, we've had a tremendous victory relative to decrease in vaping, because we just don't have that data at this point. A couple of ongoing challenges. One of them is a lack of human capital in more rural areas. This was in response to a question I had during the task force that said, you know, what do you need? What do schools need? And one member from a rural district said that they just don't have the human capital. They need more staffing, and they need greater expertise in being able to address this in rural parts of the state. To give you an idea on where we are regarding legislation, the Kansas Skinny 21 failed to progress. This was Tobacco 21 for all products sold in the state. This was a bill that would indicate that in order to purchase a product that had tobacco in it, and this would include vaping devices, that an individual had to be 21 years of age. We've had several municipalities and some counties that have enacted this, but it is not statewide. So what they were hoping, Sarah Prem from the American Lung Association, Tobacco Free Kansas Coalition, they were hoping to see this legislation come through this year, but it has failed to progress. However, there is financial incentive for them to get this done next year, because if they don't pass such a legislation, they stand to lose federal funds that are tied to the federal legislation that went through to enact this. So there's been some assurances by legislators that, yes, this is going to be on the docket. We will take it up early in the 2022 legislative session. So hopefully we have that. There is some new federal legislation, and you have a couple of documents, handouts that were provided earlier. One is titled FDA Commits to Evidence-Based Actions Aimed at Saving Lives and Preventing Future Generations of Smokers. This is a proposed FDA menthol ban, but it is on cigarettes and cigars. It is not extended to vape items at this point. What we are hopeful of is that this is the first step, and that if it is able to make it through, that they would then follow up with addressing the nicotine, similar menthol ban relative to vape items. And the second one is this return to sender that talks about the federal legislation known as the PACT Act. And PACT stands for Preventing Online Sales of E-Cigarettes to Children Act, which if you read through it, it indicates that the UPS and FedEx supposedly in March of this year stopped delivering vape items to that they knew were vape items to houses. And Hina knows a little bit more about this, so if she has a little time, hopefully she'll be able to address that. We do have some data, some national trends, and this is from the Journal of American Medical Association, Pediatrics. And according to their data, daily nicotine vaping significantly declined from 9% to 7%. Now, you may look at that and go, 2%, that doesn't sound that significant, but when you look at it, that's not quite 20% drop, or that's over a 20% drop. That's fairly significant. Use of Juul in the past 30 days decreased from 20% to 13%. Again, very significant. And then you look at the next bullet, which use of other brands increased. So Juul has been taking a hit to their share of the market. 80% indicated they could easily obtain vaping flavor other than menthol or tobacco. Again, this is why we need to continue to push for a comprehensive flavor ban, including menthol. Teens reported significantly less easy access to vaping products and higher perceived risk of vaping. So even though they could easily obtain vaping flavor, they were having more difficulty accessing it. And overall, what we hope that we have seen is that the increased vaping trend that we saw from 2017 to 2019, where it really spiked, stopped in 2020. I do want to point out when we look at trends, the last two documents that you were handed is this changes to 2021 Youth Risk Behavior Survey for Kansas and this list of schools. I'm just going to encourage you. We just received our sample a little over a week ago. For the state, that is what you see here. These are the 50 schools that were selected across the state to participate. The ones in green have responded to us and have indicated that they would. The ones in yellow are just simply the ones that have more than one school selected from their district. So there's 21 of them. So out of 50 schools, we really need 40 or more to participate. And when you look at it and you see that 21 of them are from large districts, if some of them start coming through and saying, no, we would rather not participate, that makes the hill that much harder to climb. But what they've all been sent, we sent information to the principal and to the superintendent that included this information on the change of the YRBS, which includes an additional 5 items to address vaping, some addressing COVID, and then added some positive life experiences, such as we're asking a question for what their plans are after school, so after high school. And I will go ahead, I will send you, I'll send to Peggy the emails that went out to the principals and superintendents so you know what they have received. And we'd really appreciate it if you could follow up with them and encourage them, because the only data we have for vaping is from 2017 and 2019. If we don't get 2021, it's going to be very difficult to see what the effect has been of all of our efforts through the task force, as well as the impact of the pandemic. So at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Jordan Roberts, who you're very familiar with from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment.
Good morning, everybody. Happy to be here. So I am just going to provide a little update about My Life, My Quit. So in January of 2020, KDHE switched to a new quit line vendor called the National Jewish Health. And one of the reasons that we chose this new vendor was their ability to address a major service gap in our state quit line program, which was the youth population. So they offered a new youth cessation program in July of 2019 is when it started, and it's called My Life, My Quit, and which it was really created to address commercial tobacco use and specifically vaping among e-cigarettes. Vaping e-cigarettes among young people. And really, this is the first kind of state level quit line created specifically for young people. So it's a comprehensive online, phone, and text message based treatment intervention that uses best practices in adolescent commercial tobacco control. And this program is really innovative because it uses messages that have been developed with young people to promote cessation messaging. And it also has a youth-oriented website, as well as other youth-oriented program practices, such as live texting capability with coaches who are specifically trained in adolescent cognitive and psychosocial development. So we have a handout for you that is kind of an overview of the My Life, My Quit program from a national lens. This is a new kind of outcome document that's been provided to all of us who use the program, and it has kind of an overview of their first full year of operations, and it even has some seven-month cessation outcomes that were completed in January of 2021. And I just wanted to identify a few key findings that really stood out to me. So 1,286 youth received My Life, My Quit counseling in the first year of the program, increasing quit line reach by a factor of 3.77 on average, despite the last 3 months coinciding with the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. And for your reference, when My Life, My Quit was initially launched, it only launched in 9 states. And 18 months later, it's now available in 20 states. But this specific metric, this 1,286, was taken from 16 states. So across 16 states, only 1,286 youth were actually engaged in the program, received counseling during the first year. And I wanted to share this with you because this just speaks to how we are very much in the beginning stages of providing strategic and coordinated support to young people to help them quit using nicotine. There's very limited research so far. So this is just kind of, we're at the beginning, we're starting off. So we know that a good proportion of young people who use vape have tried to quit. So we really need to, I think, increase program awareness about this program and to really make sure that young people know it's available to them. And obviously we have some work to do. But I also wanted to share some encouraging data captured about successful abstinence from vaping for those who did receive this counseling. 47.7% of those survey responders reported a 30-day abstinence from all tobacco products within 3 months after intake, and 66.1% of those who took the survey reported a 30-day abstinence from all tobacco products within 7 months of intake. So I just wanted to share this information with you guys to kind of in national data to help provide kind of a bigger picture of where we are as a nation and kind of navigating these youth services. So we're very much in those beginning stages, and but I do think we do have some promising information, and hopefully we can continue to reach more young people and help them quit. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jordan. And as you can see on the slide, that shows the different components of the My Life, My Quit, and fairly comprehensive educational and skill development. So
yeah, those are kind of the pieces that are tailored to, that were developed with young people to kind of what's interesting to you, what can get you to think about cessation. So, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you, Jordan. So next up, we have Hina Shah, who's going to give an update on Project Echo.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning. Doing a quick tech check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. So good afternoon. As Mark said, my name is Hina Shah, and I'm a senior analyst at the Kansas Health Institute. And so I'm going to talk to you about the Project Echo pilot program and kind of where we are. So as you see on the slide, the program aims to apply the whole school, whole community, whole child model and uses a collaborative blended virtual learning approach to equip critical personnel with vaping cessation resources, tools, and techniques. Now that's a mouthful, so let's unpack the statement on the slide. So for those of you unfamiliar, the WSCC model is a framework developed by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention for addressing health in schools. Now this was in response to a call for greater alignment between the public health and education sectors. The model student-centered, and it really emphasizes the importance of evidence-based school policies and practices. And so there's 10 components to the model, and at least 3 or 4 of the components, like health education, health services, counseling, and social services, really align with the intent of the pilot project. So that's why this model is the framework is something we have adopted. Now, what do we mean by collaborative, blended, and virtual learning approach? So the pilot project has 3 components to it: a summit that'll kick it off, a toolkit which will be accessible virtually and be developed to support implementation in Kansas schools, and a specialized training method that uses a telementoring approach called Project Echo. And Project Echo stands for Extension for Community Healthcare Outcomes. I'll refer to it as ECHO at times. And so this is online. It's a virtual online training approach, and it's preparing a learning collaborative. And we have specialists and trainers from University of Kansas Medical Center and the Masonic Cancer Alliance that will deliver this program. Now the ECHO session will cover 5 topics: communications, resources and connecting to resources, treatment resistance, legal issues, and student perspective. So as a pioneer in the field, and I'll talk about the critical personnel piece in the next slide. If you could go to the next slide, Mark. So as a pioneer in the field, the pilot program was initially going to be open to 10 schools. But after talking to the Vaping Task Force and stakeholders, it's been expanded to 20 schools. It'll be a mix of middle and high schools across the state, and 2 from each of the state board member districts. And the schools will be chosen using an application process. Now in the application, each school will be allowed to name up to 5 participants. So these are our critical personnel. That would include a school administrator, a school healthcare professional, such as a school nurse or a counselor, athletic trainers, and if they choose to, a community entity, such as like the health department or a local community organization. So the time frame, the kickoff summit is tentatively scheduled for September 1st, and the ECHO program would start right after and would be held bi-weekly. There are 5 ECHO sessions, and then there'll be an ECHO session kind of at the end of this year to have a presentation from all the schools on their implementation plan based on what they've learned. And then in the spring of 2022, bring everyone back together to really dig into successes and challenges of the program. So we are currently finalizing the budget and securing funding to launch the pilot on time as well. And I'll stop there for questions if you have any.
Can you hang on until?
Definitely.
Okay, so we'll move on to Mike Kruger, and then we'll who will talk about vape recycling, and then we'll just have an opportunity for questions at that point. So, Mike?
Hi, my name is Mike Kruger. I am a community health educator with Johnson County Department of Health and Environment. And I have to say that I appreciate you letting me talk about this today because, as you know, vaping has been such a huge problem. And in 2019, I was able to attend a national tobacco conference, and there was lots of sessions, of course, on vaping as the rise in the use of vape in young people became so predominant. But I attended a session that I ended up bringing home with me and sort of turned into my own pet project here in Johnson County. And that is that, as you can imagine, with all of the kids using so much vape, it's also not being disposed of in a great way. So all of you probably on your school campuses see vape pods, entire devices, everything you can imagine. On my daily walks, I find all kinds of things every day. So when I went to this conference, they talked about what a huge thing this is and how far behind we all are in what we're going to do about it. The most important thing is that it's a real big environmental threat because it is not biodegradable, and there's many parts in each of those devices. As you know, they all are powered by a battery. They contain nicotine, which is toxic. So there has to be a good way to recycle it. So I approached our HHW, our household hazardous waste, and said, hey, if I partnered with some of the schools on a pilot program, could we begin, would you take this on? Would you help us with this? They have a cost that they incur for recycling, which it's not huge for the amount that we're doing at this point, but it is something that every community would have to consider. And we are blessed in Johnson County that we do have a household hazardous waste. So they said, yeah, we'd love to get on board with that. I approached several of our large school districts. Shawnee Mission just happened to be the one that I had a relationship with the head of health services there, Shelby Rebeck, and she said, yeah, I'm on board for this. So let's start. The other school districts I met with, and they all are wanting to do it. And right sort of in the timing when we started to roll out, COVID happened, but we were able to get a little bit of our feet on the ground to get started. So in the Shawnee Mission School District, what they did was we provided these fireproof bags that they took to all of the middle schools and high schools and had them, keep them in their offices and put any collected devices in those bags. And then when I communicated with Shelby, I would just say, I'm going to come by and pick those up and take them to HHW. When we went to HHW, we then would separate the devices, separating the nicotine, the plastic, and the batteries, and put them all to the proper recycling areas. So we, like I said, with COVID, that sort of shut us down there. But I have had schools now emailing me again that they want to get on board for next year. So as I said, I'm a little bit passionate about this. The health department, of course, is affiliated with our environmental department too. And to my knowledge, in communicating with the public law center, we are the only state right now. I mean, in Kansas, we are the only ones doing this. We do have some connections with Colorado. I think it's in Boulder County, and they are just starting to email me some information about what schools are wanting to do. I certainly realize that some of the schools that in our rural areas might not have the capacity to do some of this, certainly, but there still are some ways that they could help in recycling and that are described on this, or maybe it's the next slide, by just separating things out. And even if you just do the battery, and then you can do the nicotine during the DEA take back days, which I believe is everywhere in the state. So we, in just that small amount of time with just 3 pickups and not even from all of their schools, we got 7.9 pounds of nicotine. And then we had all that metal and plastic also. So that was just a tiny, and that is one school district. And that was not even all the vape. The other concern that I would caution all of you about is that lots of vape is still being kept in drawers all over the schools in the state, which is certainly a fire hazard and not safe. And they just don't know what to do with it. So maybe it's your student groups that might have an interest in beginning finding out about. I'm happy to help and send any information to start a recycling program for them. But you know, we clearly feel it's important. This is not going away. And you know, the refuse around campuses everywhere, including colleges, is just getting to be crazy. So that's where we are in Johnson County. And like I said, I'm happy to answer any questions at the end and help anybody out there who needs any.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. And we certainly plan on developing some educational material from the task force to get out to schools to try to help them understand what products they need to be careful with and how to collect them, how to dispose of them. So at this point, open for questions. I know we've thrown a lot at you on different fronts, but hopefully Jordan, Hina, and Mike are still on, and so we're open to questions that you have.
We thank you for this very important update. We certainly hope that the trend continues to decrease and that we appreciate what you've done. Also, I want to apologize for those of you that are presenting because we were late and you stayed with us. Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, I didn't catch the name of the program that you had asked these schools about.
Oh, that's the Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
The what?
The Youth Risk Behavior Survey.
Oh, the communities that care?
No,
Youth risk. Oh, okay.
It's similar, but it's a, yes, it's short. I mean, I'm always going to advocate for my own. It's a shorter survey. It's like 94 items, where the Communities That Care survey is much longer.
Is it going to fall under that legislative requirement that they have to get parents' permission to do it?
And that is why part of our reaching out to all of the schools was we gave them some narrative that they could use in their enrollment packets, so that we were hoping that they would be able to include that in the parental permission forms that they sign up front, so that we don't have to deal with the challenge of once these classes are selected, then sending those forms home and getting them back, which has been an extreme challenge. Thank you.
And thank you all. I don't see any more questions, so in that case, we are in recess.
Okay, Jordan, Hina, Mike, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
teaching students around topics such as bullying, school climate, depression, and suicide. Today, we'll take a look at the history of the survey, its evolution, and what students said on the survey this year. Maybe. Oh, down, thank you. First, we'll take a look at the changes that were applied to the survey this year. I'm sorry, I skipped a slide as I was struggling with the PowerPoint there. Every few years, we undergo a survey review process to ensure the survey's reliability, validity, and accessibility. Last summer, we went through this process, and we did so obtaining the insight from stakeholders, including parents, students, school administrators, and members of statewide task forces for suicide prevention, mental health, and bullying. It became clear to us that the survey was too long and we needed to decrease the length of time that it took to take the survey. In addition to, we needed to get survey results back to schools faster. We'll take a look at those changes. Prioritizing that we needed to shorten the survey length and improve the experience for students, we removed 35 questions. We added 12 new questions, many of which were language changes that represented a trend break and not actual new items on the survey. We modified language in many questions for readability and inclusion and moved to an all-online administration. Up until last year, we still had schools using paper surveys. Now, of course, we did this through a pandemic year, so remote administration of the survey was also a necessity. We did this for the first time in Kansas. We did so by embedding video instructions in the survey for survey administration, as well as help resources for students. Depending on how students responded to questions about suicide, they would receive support information for suicide prevention, and we embedded help resources for all students, depending on, at the end of the survey, based on support for substance use and suicide prevention. We also migrated to a new survey platform. This survey platform had skip logic involved, which helped us shorten the survey experience for many students. So for students who would answer a question, for example, about smoking cigarettes and say they have never smoked them, then they wouldn't have to answer the additional questions about where they smoked them, where they purchased them, how often they smoked them, that kind of thing. With all of these changes applied and the survey all online, this year we found that the average time it took to complete the survey was 27 minutes. Historically, the baseline we had to reference was a full 50-minute class period. Additionally, we were able to get results back to schools in April. Previously, these results would come around June. Looking at the time it took to complete the survey for students, we reviewed several different factors and saw very little difference. Of course, we know that younger kids take a little longer to get through the survey, and older students need less time. But when we looked at things like language spoken at home, remote versus in-person instruction, and rural versus urban when taking into consideration bandwidth, we saw virtually very little difference. The changes we've made to the survey don't stop here. Now that we're all online, we're able to make incremental transformational changes to the survey each year in a timely manner. We'll share with you what we have in store for the coming year. The survey for this coming year is already published online, available for schools and families to view. Through our survey review process last summer, we found that there were several more ways that we needed to change the survey. We've added optional demographic questions for sexual orientation and gender identity. In obtaining feedback from superintendents, we know that this is an option that some will choose and many will not. We expect that this trend will change over time as the conversation normalizes. We also replaced the social skills skill with other social emotional learning items, and we'll look at those today. We made additional language changes for readability and inclusivity based on analysis of questions that we were able to pilot this year. These are the demographic questions as they will appear on the survey for sexual orientation and gender identity. Again, these are optional modules that schools can opt into. The survey is optional for parents to opt their child into taking, and it's optional for students to choose to take the survey. And finally, once students are taking the survey, each question is optional at the question level for students to respond at their comfort level. Through our research, to replace the social skills skill, emotional regulation rose to the top as it became evident that these questions and this skill showed greater outcomes on students. We also applied the changes that we analyzed through the pilot for additional question wording changes, and we will continue to evolve with this process in coming years. We will always use vetted, reliable skills and analyze our data as we make those choices. Here's a look at the trends over time in participation in the survey. You can see the steady incline over time with that drop off in 2015 with the Kansas legislative decision to move to active parent consent, and then the steady incline again since that time through this year, where we surveyed in 251 public and private school districts. We received nearly 71,000 validated surveys from students this year. That represents 49% of eligible students or kids in grades 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th. With the survey, there are optional modules. We have questions about depression and suicide that schools can opt into, as well as questions about family domain. And we know that over 90% of schools participate in both modules. Being a pandemic year, we found that 35% of students completed the survey remotely. Let's see what the students said this year. This is a graphic pulled straight from our website that's open to the public to view. Here we see an overview of the substances reported on the survey, and we can see that the top 3 are alcohol use, the use of vaping products, and marijuana, with the most prevalently used substance being alcohol at just over 10%. Here we can look at those same top 3 substances reported being used by students and their trends over time. We see that steady decline in the reported use of alcohol. That number this year, just over 10%, might be something to celebrate for some of our friends in prevention work who remember the days when that number was just about 40% of kids. Here you can also see the ebb and flow of the use of marijuana with not a steep decline, and the ebb and flow with the use of vaping products and e-cigarettes. Looking through a lens of prevalence, we'd like to bring to light a few factors measured on the KCTC survey. Here we see that while substance use is declining over time in Kansas, we can see that reported thoughts and feelings of depression, thoughts, plans, and attempts for suicide have been steadily increasing since the questions were first began being asked on the survey in 2016. Again, thinking through prevalence, you can see here that feelings of depression and reported thoughts of suicide are 3 times higher than the reported use of alcohol. Kids who report feelings of depression has been on the incline, as we have said, at a rate of about 2.5 percentage points each year. This year, we saw an increase of 5 percentage points in reported depression.
Kids in Kansas surveyed reported that 30% have seriously thought about killing themselves, with over 8% reporting having had these thoughts within the last 30 days of having taken the survey. In this graphic, we see a representation that shows us that students that make attempts of suicide often also have that in combination with having made a plan, having had thoughts of suicide, and also having feelings of depression. We often have this conversation in the context of talking about space for prevention, room for conversation. We know that this year, of the 2,600 kids who said they reported an attempt to kill themselves, that of these kids, 298 of them did not report feelings of depression, and 225 of them did not report making a plan. Theoretically, that could be equivalent to one student in about every Kansas school district making an attempt at suicide without any room for prevention. While this information is quite sobering, it's critical to realize that the conversation with kids is important to have in discussing healthy ways to manage these thoughts. Of the 71,000 students surveyed, here's what kids said about depression and suicide within the past year. Over 22,000 reporting experiencing feelings of depression. Over 10,000 seriously thinking about killing themselves. 6,700 having made a plan to kill themselves. And 2,600 reporting having an attempt at suicide. When we look at the gender breakdown in a binary form of students reporting depression and suicide, we see that the majority of folks reporting are female. Interestingly, on KDHE's violent death statistics, we see almost the flip, where 72% of deaths by suicide are experienced by males. Here we can look at the number of students reporting that they have tried to kill themselves in the past year by their age. Different factors may stand out to different audiences on this graphic. One might observe the number of young students reporting this. This year, 291 11-year-olds reported having attempted to kill themselves within the last year. So when we look at students and we worry about what they may do later on down the road, I think this data tells us it's important to act now. Again, looking through a lens of prevalence and keeping in mind several factors measured on the survey, we'll review again that depression and suicidal thoughts are 3 times that of alcohol use, and bullying is twice as high as the prevalence of alcohol use. In March of 2019, Commissioner Watson chartered a Blue Ribbon Task Force for bullying, citing the number of students reporting this experience. Today we'll take some time to look at the bullying data and see what kids are saying this year. Here we'll look at several factors. Kids reporting being bullied at school, we can see is trending down, with a recent decline as well. Likewise, students reporting having had property stolen or damaged on purpose is also trending down, with a steep decline this year. On another note, cyberbullying is trending up for the first time this year and has surpassed bullying in school for the first time in the history of it being asked on the survey. Taking a little closer look here, you can see cyberbullying in comparison to bullying at school. And we can see that they're quite similar in their frequency of occurrence, although cyberbullying, again, has surpassed bullying in school for the first time. Among students surveyed this year, at least 22% have reported that they have been bullied at school, with 2% of students saying that they've had this experience every day. When we look at this information broken down by gender, we see that more females are reporting bullying at school and cyberbullying, while more males are experiencing more property damage or property being stolen. Some good news here is that the majority of kids report that they are doing something to mitigate bullying when they see it, with over 86% saying that they either report it to a teacher, do something to stop the bullying, or they haven't seen any. And less than 14% of students stating that they ignore the bullying, join in the bullying, try to do nothing or just watch it. Less than desirable behavior there. That was this year. So now looking at these trends over time, we can see that there's been an overall decline in students reporting that they haven't seen bullying, although there is a recent increase with this. Perhaps most notably, students saying that they ignore bullying has gone from a time when students said, over half of students in 2008 said they just ignore it, to today, where that number is just over 10%. Students stating that they do nothing or just watch bullying has been declining. Also, students stating that they join in the bullying has also declined and almost flatlined at less than 1%. And students that report that they do something, that they report the bullying to a teacher has had a recent incline, which is good. And finally, students reporting that they do something to stop the bullying has had a recent decline. So what are kids saying that the adults do at school when they see bullying? Here we can see that 40% of students say that adults do something to stop the bullying and solve the problem. A similar percentage aren't really sure what adults do, while fewer say that adults stop the bullying and tell everyone to leave. And the smallest percentage say that the adults do nothing or ignore the bullying. Looking at this information with the trends over time since 2008, we can see that there's been an overall increase in students saying they're not certain what adults do when they see bullying. We can see a relative flat line in the change over time of students saying that they perceive adults do nothing or ignore bullying, with a recent decline. And for students perceiving that adults stop the bullying and tell everyone to leave, there's been a downward trend. And for students perceiving that adults stop the bullying and solve the problem, while there's been a downward trend, there has been a recent increase. All of this information that we've shared with you today is available on our website. We also package this information at the local level for school districts. On our website, in a password-protected portal, school districts have access to their local information at the question level, in addition to 4 district-level reports and 3 building-level reports. We'll take you on a tour of those reports today and look in depth at the social-emotional learning report. The at-a-glance report that districts have access to is a quick one-pager that give districts a view of substance use, school climate, and bullying in their school district. The summary report is a more in-depth look with 21 pages, helping districts look a little deeper at substance use with grade level comparisons and the trend over time in use. A similar view is provided for bullying information, as well as looking at protective and risk factors and their trends over time, whether they're increasing or decreasing. We also provide the depression and suicide report, which shares the information from those questions by gender breakdown and grade level breakdown, in addition to a prior year comparison and comparison to the state average. The fourth and final report that we provide is the social emotional learning report. We'll take a little deeper look at this report together. This report is built of scales, of the social and emotional learning scale items. And they serve as markers for students' character, personal, and social development as they are focused on in the Kansas Social and Emotional Model Standards adopted by the Kansas State Department of Education. In each report, the participation rate is shown so that folks know if there's a low participation rate, we should use caution as there may be bias present. However, in this example, we can see that the participation rate is quite healthy at 95%. Here we see a scale score for the SEL standards showing the percentage of students at risk for each SEL standard. Districts might use this information to identify their goals and where they should drill down to focus. They can see their district rate shown here in blue in comparison to the state average shown in red. Further down in the report, the composite scales which create that scale score are shown. And below each of those composite scales are the questions that compose those scales. Folks can look at the questions to identify areas where they can focus and see the percentage shown of how students responded to those questions, answering with the response option shown. The percentage is shown with a comparison to the state average, in addition to a comparison to the prior year. Districts might use this for strategic planning and finding their areas where they should focus their goals. We'll look at an example together of how this might be done. So looking at the SEL standards and the percentage of students at risk, here I might identify that I should focus on school climate, because I can see that here's where I have the highest percentage of students at risk, at over 56%. In addition, I've seen an increase since last year in more students at risk. Choosing to drill down in this area and looking at school climate, I'm going to look at the composite scale and the questions. Looking at school climate, here I can see in the scale for bullying that I've got the highest percentage of students at risk for this item, in addition to seeing an increase from the prior year. Choosing to focus here, I'll drill down even further and look at the questions and see what kids said. Here I can see that in all three questions, I scored higher than the state average, shown by the red square on the right-hand side. Additionally, in two of the three questions, we can see an increase since the prior year. So I can see that students are reporting experiencing more bullying, in addition to saying they have seen more students bullied. And while it's a good thing that we've had a decrease in students perceiving that adults do nothing about the bullying, it is still a concern that this number is higher than the state average. So I might identify this as the area where I need to focus my efforts. Having looked at these reports, know that we are going to continue to develop the questions on the survey, and the tools that we use to share these with districts. Each year we will pilot new items, and we're looking to expand in the areas with social emotional learning, things like trauma-informed care, resilience, and growth mindset. With that, I'd like to pause and open the floor to questions.
When you talk, what's the window?
The survey window?
Yeah.
Students complete the survey between November and January.
And they get the results back in April?
Yes.
I know on like the Kansas assessment, you take the test and it's immediately available. What are the barriers? I mean, if I have an increase in if I'm still in my old chair, and I have an increase in students that are considering suicide, or if I see a significant increase in bullying, or the perception of bullying, and the perception also that nobody does anything about it, I'd like to know that right now. So what's the barrier that keeps that from just being instantaneous?
It's an excellent question and a very important point. We're pleased to have that timeline brought back to the same school year, being in April as opposed to June, but we would always like to tighten that up and make progress and make it sooner. Speaking to the idea of barriers and what's preventing it from being immediate feedback is that a lot of our information is making comparisons to the state average and to other counties and that kind of thing. So while some schools might administer in November, we don't have everything back until the end of January. And then there's a data cleaning process that we go through after we receive all of the data to validate the surveys. So we clean out the surveys where we can see that students weren't honest, we can see trends that show they weren't answering consistently, and that process takes time. But it's a very valid point, and we would like to continue chipping away at that timeline to make it more prompt.
I wonder if the preliminary data for that school district without the comparison could be maybe step one, and then later on with the comparison, because if I've got a crisis, I don't want to wait 3 months to deal with it. And so, I mean, I don't understand it. As everybody here knows, I don't understand the technology involved in this, but I just think that I would like for at least that to be considered moving forward, because what we have seen today with some of the trends is disturbing, and I believe that it's important for the people that are involved directly with students to know that as soon as possible, so they can start they should have already started a plan, but if they haven't, they need to get with it, I think, before we have even more tragedies. Okay, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of what the districts have access to, is it broken? Are they able to break down the data by demographic sets, or is it just general population? That's it.
They can look at the information on the website by grade level and those trends over time and at the question level. While we do have demographic information, so you could see that by participation rate, at this time we don't have it published on the website by different demographics. So, but
Do the schools have access to? I mean, I get why you would watch the public aspect, because then you have to watch the less than 10 and person identifiable information. That deal, I get that. But do admin at the district level have access to it to make decisions?
So they have access to their demographic information in terms of participation, but not seeing question responses filtered by a certain demographic other than grade level and gender.
I appreciate it. Thank
The
you.
excellent question, yeah.
In some reports, there's a few demographics in the reports. Are there not?
Well, by gender breakdown and by grade level.
Some of those more in-depth reports.
But yeah, I'm looking like when we talk about bullying, is it a certain demographic that's getting bullied? I mean, that's where I'm that's what's in my mind.
Kelly, we are broadcast to the world, so anytime you say something, you need to be at the microphone.
I was hoping she'd repeat.
Yeah, so I mean, it's that kind of data. Like, is it a certain population in school that's getting bullied, and is that data able to be brought out? That's what's coming to my mind.
Yes, it's an excellent question. And just to repeat the answer into the mic, at this time, that information is broken down by grade level and gender only.
So, okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rachel. It was really helpful. I hadn't really looked before at what information the district's gotten, and it looks really good. Can you tell me what % of students actually finish the survey? Because I started at one time, I couldn't get through it. It was just too long, and even if you knocked 20 questions off, it'd still be too long. So do you know what % actually get through the whole thing?
We looked at that in depth, and we know that on average it takes 27 minutes for students to get through it. Kelly, if you've got more detail pulling to mind, I know in a 50-minute class period, it seems like 95% of students are able to complete. But of all students that make attempts, what is the percentage that complete? I don't know that I could answer that beyond 95%.
So they do it in class, and there's no, I mean, they do it in class, so they have plenty of time if they need it.
Yeah, and this year was kind of a new experience with remote administration. So for some kids, there weren't time parameters, right? You could do this on your own time, and so it might take significantly longer, but you would be able to complete because they wouldn't be cut off by a time parameter.
I have a concern about the same questions going to 12-year-olds and 18-year-olds. I know when you ask a 6th grader, when did you first have sex? They're going, I was supposed to have sex? And now we're going to ask them what gender you were assigned, and they're going to go, did we have a gender assignment? Did I miss an assignment? You know, it's like the language, you know. Do you think those are appropriate questions for a 12-year-old?
It's a valid
Are they
question
gonna get
to
it?
ask and concern. For the question about sex, we don't have any questions on the survey about
Anymore? I mean, because there were questions on
engagement.
there about when you first had sex. Are those gone?
I think there's been some misinformation out there that has stated that, but in the 25 years of the survey being administered, there's
No
not
sex
been a
questions.
question
Okay.
about having sex, no.
Okay.
Rachel, this is Lisa. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes.
I think the YRBS, the KDHE survey has asked questions about sex in the past, so that's probably why they're
That may
thinking
be
it's
where I
on the
saw it.
survey, but that's a different survey. That's the Youth Risk Behavior Survey from the CDC, so that may
Okay.
be where the confusion's coming in.
That could be. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Lisa.
So do you think they'll get the gender assignment question?
Well, we know that that question is an optional module, so while some districts will
okay.
opt in, we know that many will not, and it's optional for students to choose to respond at their comfort level, so if they see that and aren't comfortable, they can just leave it blank, as you can with any question on the survey.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Porter?
Do students know that they can opt out of any question?
Yes, so in the administration instructions that every student receives at the beginning of the survey, it lets them know that all questions are optional and they can choose to either take the survey or not, or choose to respond or leave questions blank. And while historically that's been, for the survey administrator to say, now we've embedded it in a video, so no matter what people may or may not say, we know that they're receiving that information in the survey.
Okay, thank you. Melanie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Rachel. It's always great to collect data and then to have someone come in and break it down for us so that we can see the insights is always helpful. I picked out one piece of data. I was just hoping that you could maybe help me get some clarity around, and I know that I could go pull the numbers myself, but I wrote down with depression was increasing, and I missed the slide. I wanted to know if with the increase in depression, do we also see an increase in suicide? And tied to that, I wondered if depression is possibly increasing because children are getting better at labeling it. Is this a labeling and understanding issue? Is it a little bit of both? I'm curious what your insights are on that.
So I don't think that I can speak fully to answer the why, but your observations are really important to make. So yes, you could make an observation or that perhaps depression is increasing, or perhaps it's that kids are better identifying and able to identify these emotions and are reporting with more frequency. So I can't interpret that and speak to the why, but I think it's a valid point and maybe something to take into consideration when we consider the context. What are we talking about in schools? There was a time where that conversation was really taboo. So maybe there's some shift over time with that. You asked a question about, is suicide also increasing, or kids reporting that they've attempted suicide? I believe that there's a slight increase, but it wasn't as significant as students reporting depression and thoughts of suicide.
Okay, thank you.
Michelle, Michelle is remote, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman Porter and Rachel. I had a follow-up question, clarification question. On one of the slides, you talked about a video instruction. I'm just curious if, and I'm going to go back, I think I brought this question up last year after speaking with several dyslexic parents that probably opted their child out. If they had not, are there ways for those who have need more time or trouble reading through those questions? Because they, like Ann said, it is a long time. It's very, you have to be focused and there are a lot of questions. Are there accommodations for those that may want their child to take it? Do we accommodate those children? I know you talked about some type of video instruction. I just didn't know if there was a way to have it read to them rather than having them read it. I didn't know. So that was one of my questions.
Speaking generically to accommodations that have been taken into account this year, with the video instructions, those are not just audio, but they're visual. The text comes with it, and you can pause and go at your own rate with that. Those are available in English and Spanish. I know that doesn't speak to dyslexia, but again, speaking to accessibility in general. Also, the survey, we promote that folks are able to use the survey in conjunction with a text-to-voice application. And there are many tools out there, but this platform that we've moved to is built to function seamlessly with accessibility applications. So we promote that as an option that folks can use, and we had good feedback from schools this year using that option. There's also a feature with the survey platform that we moved to that helps define the visual piece of the text. So for low vision, that might be a feature that folks might take advantage of.
Okay, thank you. And then another question that Jim had talked about. I will tell you that some people have just, randomly after taking it from 6th grade to 12th grade, some of the kids get more manipulative. They manipulate some of the questions by, just saying, hey, I've done every drug out there. I've done, they just kind of put that out there to kind of be funny because they do take the same thing every year if they're opted in by their parent. I will tell you that in the Blue Valley area, with the one-to-one computer, if you type in the word like kill yourself or any of that kind of stuff, Securely will automatically flag it, and you'll have 3 administrators and a counselor on top of that. So I know Jim was talking about how the delay in that, because some of those counselors aren't getting this information back. I've talked to middle school counselors, and they're not getting all the information back. You'd said it was in June. They said sometimes it's 3 to 6 months. Sometimes they're not getting it at all. But with the new technology, I will tell you that anything like that typed in from a kid will be automatically flagged and reported within the school system. So I will, that's probably not in every school system, because not everybody maybe has that type of technology on their system or have the one-to-one computers, but that is something to take into consideration.
We are the Board of Education, the actual local Board of Education for the School for the Blind and the School for the Deaf. As a matter of fact, we're going to be in both of those places tomorrow. Are there accommodations for students with those disabilities or with those conditions?
Not naturally built into the survey platform at this time. While it's the platform is built to work seamlessly with modification apps to assist students through that process. That is one area that's been brought up and we're working to develop. But the previously mentioned items are what we have as of today.
Okay, thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And I see no other questions. And so I will point out, thank you very much. For the first time today, we are ahead of schedule.
Thank you.
One last chance for questions. Thank you very much. We appreciate this and look forward to follow up at some point in the future.
Thank you.
At this time, we are going to have a report on the School Mental Health Advisory Council's bullying recommendation, and it will be introduced by Kathy Bush. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the folks from Greenbush, Kelly and Rachel and Lisa that were on. You know, we did have an opportunity, I believe it was last summer, to speak with them and address some of our concerns with the administration. And they were very responsive to all of our concerns, and I know other board members were able to speak to that as well as some other groups. So I really want to thank them for being responsive to make those changes, because I remember as a building principal being in a building and having kids take those surveys, and they were quite lengthy, and they have improved upon that, plus accessibility. And I know they're going to continue to make improvements, so I really do want to thank the folks for doing that. I'm going to introduce this particular topic, and then I'm going to ask some other folks to come up. Shanna will be our main presenter today, and she is new, and I think this is your first time presenting to the board. So she is the school mental health, what's your title? Education Program Consultant. I have to remember those things. So she will be making the majority of the presentation today. I want to kind of just introduce this to kind of remind you of a few things that have gone on in the past. As was mentioned, really, as a result of that survey, you all remember a few years ago, matter of fact, Jean, I think you were the board representative on the Blue Ribbon Task Force that the commissioner appointed. And there were 40-some people on that task force. And they did present, this was their final report, the Kansas Blue Ribbon Task Force on Bullying final report, and they had 7 recommendations within that. The board accepted those recommendations and asked that that be sent to the School Mental Health Advisory Council, which I was on that council at that point in time. And then at that point in time, the School Mental Health Advisory Council came up with an implementation guidance document for the board, and you also, I believe they have this too. You do have that in your documents, but it's the executive summary, implementation guidance for bullying task force recommendations. And there are 8 items there that we gave to you. So we did, I believe, I'd have to look at Randy, and so I believe it was in December when those were voted on and accepted by the board. So you've done a lot of work on that prior on this whole thing. And today what we're doing is coming to you with an update. So this update will be some additional information, and then it will really be as we get into the implementation. Because we have, as I say, we've gone through the task force recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Committee. We've gone through the 8 recommendations that the School Mental Health Advisory Council, and we voted on those. So today we're really going to kind of take a look at the implementation piece. How do we go from here? Where do we go forward? So Shauna's going to start this off. She's got some good information to share with you. And I know Myron and Kent are going to be up also. And
as we see evidence of those happening. So as we go down, we do have our prevention policies in place with the statute now approved. And we have the policy implementation being disseminated out, and we'll get into more of how that's happening. As far as district supporting data-informed implementation, you just saw the KCTC data report. That's one of the pieces of data that we encourage districts to use. We also encourage them to use locally identified SEL measures and growth and bullying, their discipline data, and all of those things as well. So those measures are coming in now, and we're able to look at those. Adopting the prevention-focused evidence-based practices, again, that was addressed in our statute, and we are giving guidance to districts on how what bullying practices are helpful. Districts and families establishing common connections. We did include an example letter for districts on how they can form that relationship on the bullying topic with families. Digital citizenship continues to be something that we will continue working on. However, we did address it in our statute training video, and I will talk more in depth about our statute training video here in a moment. The legal requirements are also in there, and then our plans to prevent bullying are reflected in our standalone toolkit that has been part of the recommendations and now has been pulled out as a standalone document, so it can be a working document for school districts to use. The last two items on here are things that were not necessarily in the school mental health advisory in a direct manner, more of an indirect way, and we wanted to kind of pull those out and show them to you separately. So KSDE provides coherent support for district bullying prevention, and that is in progress. We are working those prevention measures in with the KISA process, and then with integrating it into our bullying systems. So I'll show you those. And then training, professional development, and teacher preparation programs, that pre-service piece. So again, that is in progress right now, and we'll talk more. So the training, professional development, and teacher preparation update. So we are currently in conversation and collaboration with our licensing division to identify the standards in which the bullying and suicide prevention both are addressed through pre-service of teachers before they come into the field. They are addressed so far. We have found them in the stated standards on this document. So elementary is represented, building leadership, professional education, and teacher assessment and support consortium standards. This information is also being, as we're gathering it, reported to the School Mental Health Advisory Council for further work on that. Mr. Kent Reed has been doing a lot of the personal dissemination to the field on the new bullying statute, so he's going to talk about that for a moment.
Thank you, Shanna. Good afternoon, Board. As soon as the Board approved the report in December, we sent it out over our listservs immediately, and then since then, we have conducted several different presentations. As you can see, we had 2 presentations at the Safe Schools Conference. The Kansas Counselors Association has a spring conference that we made a presentation to. Quarterly, we have meetings with our Greenbush partners, and we presented the summary of recommendations at each one of those. I have been blessed to have been asked to present to counseling grad programs, and we had those folks review the summary recommendations. For the summer, we have several different plans. We're in the process of developing 4 webinars through Greenbush University, disseminate information through that forum. KU has a summer conference that we're scheduled to attend and present at. Through our DLS, our Division of Learning Services, we have hot topics monthly, I think, and we'll do hot topics in terms of the summary of recommendations. And JAG, Jobs for America, has a summer training conference, training period, and we will present at that. And as we get requests over the summer, we will add those. Shanna?
So moving on, one of our big projects in the area of bullying prevention that we have done this past quarter has really been a focus on a training video that we developed. We went through the video and used that as a strategy to communicate the information easiest to districts in a systemic way where they're getting a consistent message. So the video is complete. Kent and I did that video, so you know it's in-house, it's great, and it is posted on the KSDE website. If you even just click the letter B under the subject index on the website, the bullying page information comes up, the bullying and prevention training page, and it is the first resource under that, so that it's easy for districts to find. As Kent said, that is also going out as a hot topic presentation, and it has been presented as a resource to the School Mental Health Advisory Council. It's also gone out on listservs to social workers, counselors, superintendents, principals, curriculum leaders, every group we could think of that this was going to impact, we tried to hit. You have another document in your packet called Required Staff and Student Trainings. This document has been updated. The training video is also linked on this. And again, this is being disseminated out into the field as well so that it's an easily accessible place for them to find it. We want to make it to where they really just can't miss this. Statewide integrated bullying prevention programs. So these are TASN projects right now that really support the work of bully prevention. So the multi-tiered system of supports, our MTSS project that's going on, that has a lot of focus on preventative measures that can be tied to bullying, the Kansas CAN competency instruction framework, and trauma responsive classroom supports through the School Mental Health Initiative project. So all of those have components that directly uphold bullying prevention. We wanted to, although this isn't directly on bullying, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about the KSDE website. And we had some feedback that people really wanted to have an easier way of accessing mental health components of the website. So we did this in several ways. So the School Mental Health Advisory Council itself actually has now multiple ways of accessing it. The Teaching and Learning tab, when you first go on the home page, if you click that and School District Services, School Mental Health Advisory pops up there. It's also under the subject M for Mental Health Advisory, the subject index K for Kansas School Mental Health Advisory Council, and the subject index S for School Mental Health Advisory Council. So again, any one of those phrases that you look up, you should be able to find it. Likewise, with our student and staff trainings, the Teaching and Learning tab has resources for student and staff training, and then under subject index T for training, student and staff, each specific training, so every single training on this list here, also is labeled under the subject index under their specific training. So if it's emergency safety interventions and you go to E, you will find that specific training under there now as well. And then the Agency Division of Learning Services has also the link for the required student and staff training. That being said, again, with all the feedback that we've received from our School Mental Health Advisory Council, and it sounds like from this board prior to my joining of the agency, we also felt the need to kind of just make mental health itself a little bit more prevalent. So I had the opportunity yesterday to meet with one of our webpage designers who thinks that they could actually have a webpage up and running for us by summer, which would group all of these things in one central location, and you'd be able to get to them all from one page regarding school mental health. So that's exciting progress. Just to review the board enclosures, you had that student and staff training document in there. You have the executive summary from the School Mental Health Advisory Council. You also have the bullying task force recommendations from the Blue Ribbon Task Force. You have the standalone document of that. It's also in Appendix A of the implementation guidance document. You have the updated brochure for our student and staff trainings. You also have one of the activities that our TASN providers put together. KPERC and Families Together worked on this document through TASN, and it is Bullying, What You Need to Know, and it's a nice guide for families and students as they're addressing this topic. And if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to address them.
Thank you. We have a question from Jim McNeese.
Could I summarize a couple things real quick first?
Sure.
Okay, no, you're good. Now stay up here. You don't get to go anyplace. Okay, a couple of things that Shanna mentioned that we're continuing to work on. And one is the pre-service teachers. And there's a recommendation from the Blue Ribbon Task Force for training and pre-service. And we feel like we've pretty well addressed the training piece for our teaching staff, but we really want to take a look at the pre-service teaching. And so Shanna had a nice slide on that and was able to explain that. So we're going to continue to work on that and make sure that we feel like the pre-service teaching is addressed. And for pre-service teachers, what we really mean there, because it is definitely addressed in building administrator standards, it's addressed in counselor standards for their programs, but we want to make sure that it's addressed adequately for that initial teacher licensure program, whether that's elementary or secondary. So we're going to continue to work on that. The cyberbullying, although we've done some good work in that, with, especially seeing that data from the CTC survey, we're going to continue to work on the cyberbullying, try to get some additional information, some additional resources, work with John Calvert's, the Safe School Group, and continue to work on that piece. I know Jean and I have had a lot of conversations about that. So those are a couple of real hot topics that we're, for the council itself, that we're going to continue to work on as we move forward. So now we can go to questions. So I just wanted to summarize that.
Don't go away, because you brought up
No, I
something that
probably
I'm go-
won't.
that I'm going to ask, and then we'll get back to the regular questions. Pre-service teaching.
Mhm.
Getting things to move in that arena typically do not take lightning speed. So how is the most effective way to get that implemented? Because people coming into the classroom need that information about how to address and recognize and address bullying.
We did at the last, was it our subcommittee meeting? Is Catherine here? Okay, Catherine's here. We did, I'll just address this a little bit, then turn it over to Catherine. So come on up, Catherine. At our last subcommittee meeting, we did have Catherine Smedling and Michelle Miller come and talk to us about that, on how to look at that in the initial licensure piece. So we got some information, and we're going to continue to move forward on that. So I'm going to turn it over to Catherine, and she can address that specifically.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello. So as Kathy was saying, the committee is currently looking at some standards analysis that was done at multiple levels. As you mentioned, it's addressed in building, school counseling, things like that. But then to look at how the overall education unit, the whole Department of Education at the college, how they supervise this across the board is addressed in their accreditation. So the standards analysis that the advisory group is looking at starts with looking at that accreditation standard and where it would be addressed there already. Then we have the professional education standards, which are written by the state of Kansas, and those are used both at the preparation level and for teachers in the field to see where it's already addressed there, perhaps. And again, that applies to every single license area. And those would be the most systemic places to look for it.
And what would be the time frame for implementation?
The advisory group has the standards analysis, so they need to look and see if they feel it is adequately actually already being covered. If they wanted to make recommendations for changes, those standards are actually written by the field. So it would be important to get together representation from P12 and higher ed to make sure that it is something that is measurable and observable in the teacher candidate. Sometimes those have been written when you all are particularly interested in getting it done quick, in a couple of months. It then goes to public comment, and then it comes to you in a 2-month approval process before the institutions can start implementing it.
My guess, and I'll let my colleagues feel free to comment, but my guess is we are particularly interested in that happening fast.
I understand.
Thank you. Jim.
Let me follow up on that. I'm sorry, I did it again, didn't I, Jim?
You're wasting no time getting back to your normal.
At 3:15, Mr. McNeese is going to get to ask his question.
We will continue to work with Catherine and Michelle and get a little more specific on some information that we'll need. And the council's meeting again, but not until summer, but we've got a leadership team that'll be meeting, so we'll get back together and have some more conversation with them on that.
Well, especially since this followed the presentation where I was, the increase, the amount of bullying concerned me. So that appears to me to be something that should be on the front burner.
Well, and one of the things when we were talking, I think we were talking with Michelle, and we were talking about, these pre-service teachers, they need a base level of knowledge about all this, because they're going to continue to get training when they get in the schools. So we're not saying that we want a new 3-hour course just on this information. So I want folks to understand that, but we are saying that we want to make certain that the students, when the students come out, they understand they're a mandated reporter. They understand some of the information that's available about bullying, about suicide prevention, some of those things. So that's kind of what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Mr. McNeese. Again.
Just waiting.
I stepped back.
Thank you very much for the report. I compare the presentation that you just made to when I left the building. We couldn't even define bullying to satisfy everyone. So this is a huge step forward. So don't take what I'm about to say wrong.
Okay.
There is a group that I didn't hear anything about, and that's parents. You know, when fighting bullying incidents and dealing with bullying incidents, not fighting them, you know, it was a great opportunity to interact with parents in a positive way, to give them new definitions of how kids get along.
Yeah, definitely. So with that, that's why we're using our TASM partners for resources like this that are getting sent out to the field and to parents. Also, we have that requirement in there that they define within their parents and stakeholder groups the definition of bullying, and what bullying is not is also specified in there. And the training video, the statute training video that we put out, not only has that included in there, but there are also actual specific links that we just put in as optional resources for them that are designated for parent groups, for specific age student groups, so that it's differentiated by developmental level and by knowledge content and prevalence. So
And that all works when we're having the conversation at the board. And typically, I say we're at the 50,000 foot range, but now I'm going to get down. How do I know, and when will I know, or how will you know that this is all working? Sounds cool.
I'm going to pull Myron up for that one, if that's okay.
Okay.
Myron, thank you.
And how do we define success?
Good afternoon. I'm Myron Melton. I'm a coordinator for KISA. And my previous role, I worked a lot in the area of social emotional learning and school mental health, and still do. When we talk about this kind of from the KISA perspective, because there's two angles on this. With KISA, there's that compliance angle, things that we need to be sure that districts are doing, and then there's that school improvement piece. We want to continue to see schools getting better in all areas, but this being one of those. So when we look at that compliance piece, basically for schools just to be accredited, all those compliance things have to be in place, as well as the foundational structures. So this is one of the compliance areas that we look for, is implementing the bullying statute. So the way we would go about collecting that information, it's really done internally. So I'll use Kent, who's with us today, as an example. So if you're looking at bullying, what are those things we talked about today that schools need to do? They need to have that policy in place. They need to have the local policy. They need to have a plan in place. They need to have training for staff and students. So we collect that data through a variety of different areas, through superintendent reports, building reports. IPS puts out a survey, but we collect that data, and then that's monitored here by people in our agency who actually are tasked with that work. And then we get, if those things are in place, then that's great. We're moving in that continuous improvement process. But if a school system they really have three options. They're either compliant, or they're working towards compliance, or they're not compliant. If they're not compliant or they're working towards it, then we immediately are offering up technical assistance resources to come in and support them. Our goal is to get them to where they need to be. So we provide that support and technical assistance whenever there is a system that's not there. If they come in and are fully compliant in those areas, then we're moving directly right into that school improvement piece.
Okay, I'm going to be an old football coach for a moment and say we've got a great game plan, but we win the game.
Mm-hmm. And again,
I'm just going to go jump to the case.
Right.
You gave us data when you came in that said X number of students are thinking about suicide, from the Community Cares survey.
Right.
Can we go back to the original data and say we need to see that improvement in that data? I mean, doing all this and putting it in the handbook is great. That's really nice, but it didn't solve any problem.
Yeah. I think through the KISA process you can. There's a couple of ways that can happen. One is keeping in mind that as we talk about bullying, we talk about that compliance piece. What do you have to have in place, which is critical. But then as we move into some are foundational structures around mental health, some are foundational structures around tiers and support, equity and inclusion. When we get into our board goals, and we're talking about social and emotional growth, all of those things are prevention work. That's all the things we put into it. So we're measuring those things. How effective are those things being at reducing a lot of things, but reducing bullying in this particular case? We really count on our OVTs a lot when they go out to those yearly meetings with the buildings. And if they see a compliance piece that's not fully compliant, then the system has to respond on that. The OVT gets to come in and ask questions, provide support, follow up that way. So there's multiple ways that we kind of go about getting at that. But everything that we do in that system is data driven. They're meant to go back and analyze all the data that's in place, and then we can hit it from another number of different angles.
I want to see the number of students who are considering suicide to reduce. I want to see the number of students that attempt suicide reduce. And the major goal is to have all students not commit suicide.
I absolutely 100%.
That's the answer I want.
I absolutely 100% agree. 100% agree. And I think to make that happen, we have to go. What kind of things are we doing on the front end to have that prevention in place?
This is the easy stuff.
Comes from both sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
But 100% agree. If we're not seeing the reduction on A&M, we've got to do something different on the other side. Yeah.
Yeah. Because we can glad talk this to the end of the day. And KISA is not going to stop this. Okay, KISA is just a reporting tool for us. I'm really focused on. I want to come back and evaluate what we're doing, and if it's not making a difference, then we're going down the wrong road. If it is making a difference, let's keep going. That's where I want to be, and we need to see it. We need to see it dramatically. This is not something. Well, in 5 years we'll be better. There's kids out there right now that are in jeopardy, and we need to do something about them. And is this plan going to do that? Or are we going to wait for a KISA report for a year from now? I don't want to wait. Don't mean to be this, but the urgency of it can sometimes get lost in the swell things we're doing.
Completely understand.
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for the report. Like I said, I started with, this is by far the best I've seen so far, but that doesn't mean that we're going to solve it. It's a lot better than what we used to do, certainly, but it's an urgent issue, very urgent, for the safety and well-being of our kids.
Well, we certainly all share your sense of urgency, and that's why we're doing the work we're doing. Yeah. That's why I agreed to stay on as chair of this, of this council. Is because of the work that we need to do and the dedication of these folks. And putting the compliance issues in is not easy work, and it'll be a lot of hard work, but the data is important. But we also have to give folks things to help them get there, which I think is what the implementation, amazing number of resources that are available now that weren't available certainly when I was in the schools, because that was a long time ago, but also wasn't available in the schools even a couple of years ago. So, and we're going to get better. We're going to disseminate it better so we can have an impact. Just a reminder, our vice chair of the School Mental Health Advisory Council is Jane Groff, who is the head of the parent group that works on this. So we are reminded all the time about the parent piece. And I know Jane's listening, so she's going to appreciate me mentioning as far as the parent piece. So yes, we will continue to work on that piece also.
We have a question from Ann.
I was thinking, just didn't ring my. Well, my questions are really along the same line as Jim's, because if passing a law had done the trick, they wouldn't have been back last year trying to put some teeth in it. So we wanted to make sure there were teeth in this. And one of the things that came up when they were trying to get that bill passed last year was there a way, of course, they want everything on the district's, home website, which, if we put everything on the home website everybody wanted, it would, be 6 feet long. But one of the things they asked for was a way for parents to appeal or report, or, so when you talk about the parent piece, does that include a way for parents to report to somebody bullying if they think it's not being addressed by the district?
So I hope this answers your question somewhat directly. One of the tools that we have is the bullying toolkit, which is really nice document. I don't know if you've had a chance to look it over, but it really steps a district through their entire bullying plan. It addresses the parent pieces. It addresses those kinds of appeal systems and parent reporting systems. And so the more that we can get that tool into the hands of educators and get them trained in using it effectively, I think that will help that significantly.
So what I'm asking is, if the district isn't doing that, is there a way for parents to let somebody know they need help? I mean, I don't know how many times parents have written to me and said, my kid's being bullied and nobody's doing anything about it.
Yeah, we've had some calls, asking about formal complaint kinds of things and that. So that's definitely something that maybe as a leadership group we need to explore further into.
And we really do need, Mr. Chair, to press the regulation thing, because, we're still waiting on that Aaron's Law stuff to come back to us. Well, it's been more than a year. We really need to find out where that is and then make sure this thing doesn't get stalled the way that did. So, thank you. Thank you for your report.
Sure.
Myron has, I think, addressed part of this, but I'm going to ask it again anyway. Those of us that had the privilege of being in a hearing a couple of years ago kept getting questions about accountability. And you've addressed some of that, but I'd like to go over that again. How do we know that school districts are addressing bullying issues effectively, and how do we deal with it when they're not? I started with a softball question.
Right. Well, yeah. So I think I go back a little bit to what we were saying before, and we did address those questions last year with the legislature as well. We are using the reports that we have in place, the things that the system is already collecting, like say through the superintendent's report for some of these building reports and surveys and different ways to collect it, and then internally monitoring that with the goal of, if someone isn't fully compliant or isn't there at all yet, that we're jumping in to offer support and resources to get them to where they be. Going back to the point about this is urgent. The idea is if you aren't where you need to be with that, we urgently need to come in and offer support, technical assistance, resources to get you to where you need to be. What we don't have the capacity to do is we don't have the capacity to go out to each individual district and do an audit. We just don't have the capacity, human resource wise, to go out and say, we're going to go out and audit every single district. So we are to some extent, leaning on the districts a little bit to provide us the data, to give us an honest assessment. So when we do need to provide some support and resources, we can. But to be able to go out and actually audit every single system is just not something we haven't had the capacity to do.
Thank you. One last question, and this really doesn't have anything to do with bullying, but we're getting ready to bring kids back to school who have not been there. And there's going to be some social, emotional issues related to that, probably greater than what we've had in the past. Where are we dealing with help for schools Randy talked earlier about we have more counselors, we have more social workers, we have more psychologists. We're going to have a lot of kids that haven't been to school for a year that are going to have to really make an adjustment, and they're going to need support. And I know that's not the that's not the agenda item today, but I want to make sure that we put that on somebody's radar.
So I'm sure Kent and I are going to say similar things, but I know I actively work with the school social workers throughout the state through the School Social Work Association, and Kent works with the school counselors. They are constantly receiving resources from us. We are getting emails from them asking for guidance on different things. So that's one platform that we are really trying to make sure that we have that open communication with, and that they know they can ask questions and we can provide assistance on those issues. The other one has been the Navigating Next platform and putting out guidance documents there's a lot of research being done right now on how to reintegrate kids into the school setting come the fall. And so as much of that as we can, we're getting put out there on that platform for the educators to access. And then, like we said before, we'll be going out this summer and doing a lot of those training opportunities as well.
Yeah, I would concur with Shanna. I use the Navigating the Change document, particularly the social emotional piece. It really is good in terms of providing adequate resources, and it addresses so many different social emotional needs. And in fact, I have been quoted as saying, it's the best document we have right now in the state of Kansas to address social emotional learning needs. And if there's a better one, please bring it to us, because we'll share it across the state. And before I'm done, if I could, Mr. Chairman, Ann asked a question really about parent accountability. The best thing that we can do right now, and this is what we reply to parents when they call, is follow your local grievance procedure. That's the best thing we can do.
That's what I tell them too when they call me. So.
And we've talked about that, I believe, Mr. Chair.
And let's not forget that the other group of people that are coming back that are going to be stressed and need help are the adults.
And if I might, and we were talking about this today, they need a break. And we don't want to dump a whole lot of things on them here at the end of school when there's already a lot of things being dumped on them. And we will do some things in preparation for the fall term to begin. But right now, educators and board members, we need a break.
I wish you wouldn't use the term break to somebody who did not call one this morning. I believe the commissioner has some follow-up.
Can I just add on to that?
Certainly may.
We've also been sending out, with some of the other resource documents, we've been sending out a lot of information on adult SEL is what they consider it. And really it is about that self-care component for our educators and making sure that they are at their best to be in the classroom for the students at their best. So.
Thank you very much.
So I want to Jim, hit head on, I think, your question. And I think the real dilemma that this board has on this topic and everything else, your real lever is through KISA. Because you have to accredit school systems. And I will tell you that most of those systems right now are toward the end, getting toward the end of that cycle. Jim, you'll remember very well when the school finance law went into effect, the people that really supported that said, you're going to have to pick up accreditation and do it at another level than what you're doing it now for the future. I'm talking about the supporters of that school funding. As we get close to that end of that accreditation cycle, what you're seeing, Gene can verify this, Ann can verify this, they listen at service centers, are pushback, you're giving us too much, you're changing this too much, you're asking too much. And that's the dilemma that you're going to find yourself is how much do we expect to be done? What's the capacity to do that? What is the relationship to that to school funding, as we've talked about, and then your relationship to accreditation? None of those are easy, but I think we're seeing the early stages of that, especially in the smaller rural areas that say we don't have the capacity to do this. At the same time that we're saying, but what happens if suicide's going up or bullying's going up? So kind of like with graduation, these are big issues that you're going to have to really address over the next year or so, because accreditation is the only way that you really get at whether or not schools are being compliant, and then really being about school improvement and trying to get better in these areas.
Thank you very much.
Just to follow up, we're going to be probably taking a look at a few big items. One will be the pre-service teacher, so we will report back on to that to you. Also, more extensive work on the cyberbullying. We'll continue to work on that. I see that being an ongoing issue. I don't see that being any kind of a quick fix, but we'll continue to work on that. We'll continue to report back to you on the accreditation piece and the accountability piece. And then as far as not only the students, but the adults coming back in the fall and the support that can be provided to them. So those will be our immediate items that we're going to continue to work on. So,
Mr. Chair, I do have a question as we, and this is a yes or no. The United States Supreme Court recently agreed to hear a case on cyberbullying. Do we know how that turned out? That they were going to define, because before this time, cyberbullying was seen like an off-campus issue, though it affected campus.
right.
They haven't made a decision on that. That would have a great impact on what we can do and how we can proceed.
Yeah, matter of fact, we have within our guidance document, the toolkit, we worked with KASB as far as a letter, because it is considered off campus, and which is very frustrating to parents when those things occur. But so we worked with KASB as far as a letter and what you can do. But yeah, that report would be significant.
I don't want to go into that case right now, but it is germane to what we're talking about right now. It will have a lasting impact on whether we can intervene as school administrators in a cyberbullying event that can lead to catastrophic, end.
I'm quite certain probably Laura Jurgensen is listening, and I'm sure she will be monitoring that.
I just haven't seen it. I read about it a couple of weeks ago and haven't seen anything on it since.
Okay, good. I'm glad you brought that up.
It'll have a huge impact on us. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I see no more questions. I was hoping that we didn't let you off the hook this easy, but I guess we are. Eric, is Jennifer on?
I am.
Oh, good. Well, thank you, Jennifer. We have, moving into the Professional Practices Commission, we have two recommendations. The first one is a censure, I believe. And any comments? Anybody have any questions, or tell us about it?
In this situation, as long as the educator shared with his employer what had happened, we felt comfortable going forward with a censure, given the nature and the context of everything.
Okay, are there questions? If not, a motion would be in order for 12A. Janet? Janet, do you move that the Kansas State Board of Education issue professional teaching license for public censure applicant number 21 PPC 04? Okay. Is there a second to Janet's motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Discussion, questions? All in favor, please raise your hand. Are you voting, Ben? Motion carries. And now we have 12B. Any comments, Jennifer?
The first case, it happened 20 years ago. The applicant kind of had showed remorse and showed many actions to make the situation better, and we were comfortable with the new sub-license. And then the second one happened before they were a licensed teacher, and also was showing remorse and had taken appropriate actions since then. So in both cases, we felt comfortable granting the license.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there a motion on 12B? Dina?
I don't have I just have the agendas, all I can pull up, so
Okay,
I'll take a stab at it and say.
well, I'll read it,
the-
and you tell me where the.
Okay, well, I will just move that we act on the recommendations of the Professional Practice Commission and agree with their recommendations.
For license cases 21 PPC 05 and 21 PPC 07. Is there a second?
Oh, I think this one was 08 and 07.
Okay. Well, mine says 05 and 07, so.
Let me double check mine on my other. So I have the first one we did earlier. That was the censure is PPC 04. And then these two I have PPC 08 and then PPC 07.
Okay.
In that order on page 40, just to make sure we're on the same person.
Well, is the first one emergency substitute? The description is right, but the number on my page is wrong. So Peggy will fix this, and we're talking about the right thing. So the motion has been
Yeah,
made by
the one on
Nina.
today, for the two we're on right now, the first one's the emergency sub and the second one is an initial license.
Okay, do we have a second? Betty seconds the motion. Discussion, all in favor? Oh, question, Melanie.
So forgive me, I'm new, and when I read this, as a parent, and given some of the things that we've seen happen in the state of Kansas in the last couple of weeks, I have to call this out. Jen, can you give us any more background on this? Because we only have a few sentences to go off of.
Which
for,
one?
For 08.
Melanie. Which one or both?
For 08, the first one.
Okay.
Well,
Sure.
as it's listed on our sheet.
It was a case that had happened 20 years ago with a family member, and there was lots of different circumstances. So it was a person close to her who had done kind of the main stuff, and then she was on the side, and then it all, of course, blew up. And she kind of was able to speak to, she spent her whole life making repairs from this one critical mistake that she let herself get involved in. And so she kind of walked us through that whole process and what she's done since, and she hasn't had any problems since then. And she had corrected things that she's done to where we are okay with an E-sub license.
Thank you very much. That helps a lot.
Yeah. And in general, just for context, each of these cases, we normally spend at least 20 to 30 minutes hearing kind of just the initial, hey, here's what happened, here's the circumstances. Then we hear from both parties. If there's two parties involved and people are allowed to bring witnesses, they were encouraged to bring letters of recommendation that are not like your general employment letter of recommendation, but are more like, hey, we know that we know the situation this person's in now and that their license is up for question. And we support them, and here's why, and here, so there's a whole context, and then we spend time in deliberations before we come back out and make a recommendation as a group, and then I just bring that recommendation forward. So it does get boiled down to a couple sentences, but know that the process itself is much more extensive.
I appreciate you laying that out for anyone who happens to be watching online as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a second? Oh, that's right, Betty. Sorry about that. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? It appears to be unanimous. Thank you, Jennifer.
Of course.
And now
I'll see you next month.
And now well, that depends on whether or not we reappoint you.
Oh, well, this is true. That's true.
Okay, Michelle, we have Act on Professional Practices Commission appointments.
It is my pleasure to be with you today to ask for reappointments of members of the Professional Practices Commission and to also select an additional member as well.
This will require two motions. The first one deals with the reappointment of Jennifer Holt and Aaron Edwards, and then to appoint Jamie Whitted, Dr. Christy Ziegler, Darren San Romano. I assume that there were only one applicant for those
Correct.
positions.
Correct. For those three, there was only one
So
for
we
each of them.
need a motion for that. And then we will have, the next one, there are two applicants, and we'll have to elect one of those purposes. So the first thing we need to do is move to reappoint Jennifer. We probably ought to do that separately since she's here listening, so we can talk about her. But to do those that have one appointment, one applicant, are reappointments, and then we need to make a decision on the other. So is there a motion? Do we not have motions? Did you have your hand up, Ian?
Melanie.
Sure. You just want the first motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to reappoint Jennifer Holt, sorry, Jen, and Aaron Edwards to a second term, and appoint Jamie Wedig and Dr. Christy Ziegler and Darren San Romani to their first terms on the Professional Practices Commission.
Thank you. Never had this much trouble getting people to make motions before. Is there a second to that motion? Melanie makes that second. Is there any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. All opposed? There's everybody. That's unanimous. Now we have two people.
All right, well, now I'm going to jump off. Thank you all. See you next month.
Thank you. Ann. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to appoint Sharika Osborne to a first term on the PPC representing middle-level public school teachers.
Okay, is there a second to that nomination? Okay, moved and seconded. Are there other nominations? Seeing none, we'll close the nomination process, and all in favor of that appointment, please raise your hand. All opposed? That is unanimous. And now we have something else, no, not yet.
Appointments to Licensure Review Committee.
We have a licensure review, and I believe we have three, right?
You do.
All in Ben's area. So he gets to make two people mad. So we have three candidates for the Licensure Review Committee. I guess I should let you be talking about this instead of me.
You have the information that you need. I stand ready for you to make a motion on one of those three.
Would somebody like to make a motion? Ben?
I feel like I should at least make the motion, since all three are from my district, which I'm really happy about. And they're all very highly qualified individuals.
Well, since they're from your district, I'll feel responsible to vote against it.
But I move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to reappoint Ruth Schneider to a second term and appoint Tricia Schechter to the Licensure Review Committee, filling a vacancy for a middle-level classroom teacher. Do I need to read the terms? Terms are effective July 1, 2021 through June 30, 2024.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Any other nominations? If not, all in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? Thank you, and we will reconvene at 3:20. act to suspend Education System Coordinating Council while Advantage Kansas Coordinating Council is active. I think this is the second time we've done this since I've been on the board. We have before, and then something else happened, so we'll probably do it again if we change governors, but go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Randy.
So originally, Governor Sebelius appointed what was called the P20 Council. That was the first kind of parlaying to this, and then when she left, Governor Brownback did not pick up that executive order, and thus we established the Coordinating Council, which was us and KBOR, to continue to do work. Governor Collier then when he became governor, did a executive order establishing his council, and Jim, I think that's when we suspended it temporarily, then brought it back, and then into her first session, Governor Kelly now has spun off not only the Governor's Council, but Advantage Kansas, which is taking up quite a bit of time. So this is just temporarily suspending that, because we've got the same board members and staff working on that, and it'll be probably the same outcomes. And then if there was a change in governor, or this governor decided to rescind that executive order, we could bring it back.
Okay, the important thing is that we need to maintain relationships with the board of regents as much as possible. Janet.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education act to suspend the current Education System Coordinating Council while the newly created Advantage Kansas Coordinating Council remains active.
Is there a second to that motion? Betty seconds that motion. Any discussion? All in favor? Raise your hand. All opposed? Was that a yes or no, Gene? Motion carries. Now, do we have two members, or are you? Dina? Gene, okay, two, okay. Did you vote, Michelle? Yes, yes.
Well, I just had a clarification question on that.
Okay.
So I'm trying to understand what that is. Exactly. So we had because of the previous governor, we had executive order through him, and now we have a different one. Is it different, or is it exactly the same? I guess I was trying to read through all that and trying to understand what that is.
So Michelle, the state board, in conjunction with the Board of Regents, established a coordinating council that Gene and Ann sat on. The governor, current Governor Kelly, then established a new executive order establishing the Governor's Education and Workforce Council, and then a sub committee of that is the Advantage Kansas, and most of that work includes business, Kansas Board of Regents, and the state board, and it was duplicated. So there was no reason to continue to have two sets of meetings trying to really do the same amount of work. So this would suspend what you created with the Kansas Chamber of Commerce and the Board of Regents, and allow the governor's executive order and that work to continue. And then at some point, if the governor rescinded that executive order or there was a new governor, you could reestablish the coordinating council between Kansas Board of Regents, the Kansas Chamber, and yourself.
And basically, the people that were on both the Kansas Chamber people and the Board of Regent people and our people are all the same people anyway. It's just basically renaming the group.
Okay, that's so we're not we really just are rescinding the other and taking on the new executive order. So that's really all we're doing.
That is correct.
And voting on today. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm go. Thank you.
And now we're going to talk about emergency assistance for non-public schools. This is called EANS, and Tate's going to talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
from the Friday task force meetings over the emergency assistance for non-public schools, as we had a reconsideration that we took to the task force after the initial approval of the eligible items, which then this board approved at last month's meeting. So the EANS recommendation submission period was from April 20th to 27th. That was for any of our private schools who'd had ineligible requests. In that first round, we gave them a chance to relook at those, if they need to make changes to show why there was a relationship to COVID or change the number to make it more reasonable. They were given that opportunity. So after we received those, our staff again looked at all of those, and we've come back with the second list of eligible just from the reconsideration, and that's what we're talking to you today about. So in the reconsideration, 58% of the things that were brought back to us for reconsideration, we are recommending be deemed eligible. So that's about 1.3 million, and that's what the task force agreed to. From the initial information provided to the task force, there was one small change of computer equipment worth $9,000 that was changed from ineligible to eligible during the task force meeting. So you'll see that 42% was still deemed ineligible, and these are budgeted amounts. And what we mean by that is the prices could go up or could go down based on computer prices or personnel benefits once the service centers start providing the services. We had one unique school that we want to bring back to you because at your last board meeting, when you approved their initial items that were eligible, it was just for Heritage Christians personnel. They had some reimbursements and other items that, working with them, there'd been some issues with them getting it filled out on the spreadsheet. So we had an individual on our staff reach out to them and work to get everything clarified. And of their 77 more requests, we're approving or recommending for approval 75 of those, worth approximately $25,000. And this is just kind of a reminder of where we are. We've had the initial round. Majority of items were approved from that initial round. We're in the reconsideration phase right now. There'll be an appeals phase and then a second round of EANS, which will be later in the summer. We will be working out the dates, and we'll have those dates probably in the next couple weeks and be able to let our private schools, the board, and the task force know what that time frame is. So to look a little more deeper of what came in as reconsideration, there was $2.3 million of request. So when we look at that chart in the top left, there's a total of 26.6 million. 21.3 million has already been approved to be spent for our private schools. In the reconsideration request, there was 2.3 million more requested. And so that leaves a little over 3 million before we take out the ineligible. So with the ineligible that we are recommending, it'd be a total of $4 million. This money would flow into the EANS 2 pot. So this money does not have to go to the governor and does not have to go back to the federal government. We can just add it into the next round for our private schools. On the right side, you see the differences in those 5 categories of what's been requested and what's been deemed ineligible. Under the products and services, where most of it was, we are recommending, almost 50% be found eligible this time. Full-time personnel, there's only a couple added personnel from the last request. We had a couple still ineligible, but we had a couple more eligible. And just as a reminder, this is over the 2-year period. So a lot of times people are questioning the amount for personnel, but it's 2 years worth of personnel. Same thing with part-time. And then The other request was just a small amount, and then the reimbursements, we are approving a large portion of those reimbursements. And in EANS 1 is the last opportunity for private schools to request reimbursements of funds they spent on eligible items back to March 13th of 2020. In EANS 2, that will not be an allowable expense. This we want to use just as some general to show you what in this application of the 88.5%, what a lot of the approval have been for. And we really want to focus on the students, which in this we really have. Majority of the money's initiating and maintaining for support services. So a lot of that goes into that personnel, where our private schools are looking at summer school teachers, paraprofessionals to help in summer school during the school year, additional classroom teachers, additional support staff in the classroom, as well as after-school tutoring. Then we got redeveloping instructional plans, so whether that's going to PD, internally looking at their data, working on plans to address all of the learning loss that their students have had. And then the third highest category is the educational technology. We've seen a lot of requests for computers for various different reasons to help with the potential learning loss of COVID and getting kids back up to and above where they were previously. And then we have a lot more categories as they get smaller across. Then the top right, we talk about the average per school. This has not changed much at all, either of these numbers from the last time we visited with you, because of the small amount that was in reconsideration compared to the full $25 million. So each private school on average is getting approximately $315,000 worth of services. And per student over the 2-year period, that's approximately $1,300 per student. As you can tell, there is a large range from $125 to $6,000 per student in a couple of our high poverty schools that typically are in the Wichita area.
We have a question from
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm getting lost. The EANS 1, is that associated with the $380 million package or the $830 million package? Is that?
Actually, it's not associated
Not
with
with
either
either
one,
one.
because with ESSER 1, there was a private school share that came through the school
Oh,
districts.
right, okay.
And then with ESSER 2, there was Gear 2, and EANS 1 comes out of the governor's fund. And
Oh,
EANS
okay,
2 will come out of the
okay.
governor's fund as well.
Okay, so EANS 2, will it be dependent, will they be prohibited from getting money from that if they requested money from other sources like this time?
If they participate in EANS 1, they still could be eligible for EANS 2, but if they participate in the Paycheck Protection Program, they would not be eligible
For either one of them?
for either one of them.
Okay, very good. And have you gotten that raise yet?
No, we
Oh,
do not.
dang. I have to get the commissioner on that. Thank you.
Yeah. And the other thing we'd like to add too is with EANS 2, there will also be only private schools that have a significant amount of poverty will qualify. The Department of Ed has not defined what significant means. So once we have that and more guidance, we'll bring that back to you.
Sorry, that means that there are numerous schools that were eligible for EANS 2 that will not be eligible, or that were eligible for EANS 1 that will not be eligible for EANS 2 because of the lack of poverty?
That is a possibility.
Okay.
Yep, because we had some very low poverty schools. So on this is just comparing the reconsideration amount, which was 2.3 million. So in the light blue, you can see that we are recommending 1.3 be deemed eligible. The majority of that is in technology, some in personnel, a little bit of curriculum. And then there's this non-allowable category, and what that is are things that, based on what they presented to us the first round, were not allowable, but they were able to provide us information to show us that it was actually allowable. Sometimes that's when information that we're looking at looks like it could be non-secular, and they've been able to provide us proof, or will continue as we look to provide that it is secular in nature. And there were some PD activities that fell into that, and they've provided us information from those providers that can show that it will be secular in nature. This page just provides a few different examples of some of the things we had in reconsideration that were approved. So, in technology, they really focus on significant learning gaps and continuity and constantly identifying the strengths and weaknesses and the need to modify some of their programs. A lot of what we're seeing is more going toward that personalized learning, that all students have different needs. For personnel, many of our private schools don't have counselors in place, and with COVID and mental health issues and anxiety issues, that's become very apparent, and they have looked at providing counselors and/or social workers for that social awareness piece. And our curriculum and professional development, I mentioned the professional development to the teachers, and really working on ways to provide our teachers strategic interventions to work with the kids who've had the learning loss. And then under social emotional, there's a lot in favor of the private schools really wanting to go with the restorative behavior content. That's very popular. There's been a lot of evidence showing how well that works. So there's been some requests for PD for their teachers and staff in that area. These are just reminders that are for all federal programs when we're dealing with our private schools. The first one is for any federal funds. They must be reasonable, necessary, and allocable. Any property that is purchased through this program does remain in the ownership of the state and service center. At the end of the program, we either need to get those equipment back, or we may work with the private schools to sell that equipment to them at fair market value at that time. Third one is talking about any property. We can't purchase computers because a private school thinks they might need it. We really have to have data that shows like they already have 20 parents that have identified they will be remote learning next year. And so that would be a reason they could do that. We could buy computers. We just can't have federal property sitting around thinking we might use it. And then the last one, all things spent with these funds have to be secular, neutral, and non-ideological. And so since we deemed some of those ineligible that were in all your pre-read, we wanted to show you that breakdown. It's very similar to the breakdown of the eligible. Most of what we still deemed ineligible was technology. There was a couple personnel that the task force had deemed ineligible in the first round, and you approved those. Those were requested again. We still did not feel like they met what needed to be met by the EANS program. And as you can tell, very small amounts in the remaining categories. So we've kind of given you the recommendations from the task force that came last Friday. And then I'm open to questions before there's a vote on whether to accept our recommendations for these reconsiderations or not.
Thank you. Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept recommendations of the Commissioners Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money to approve the EANS 1 reconsideration request as presented for COVID-19 relief.
Is there a second to that motion? Melanie seconds that motion. Was that the right motion? Betty. You're forgiven.
Thank you. Okay, so is this do they get the opportunity to try it again, or was it the second reapplication it?
There will technically be an appeals process if they choose to appeal, but then after that, they would only have a chance through EANS 2. They could ask for similar things, but generally speaking, they probably will not be able to get what they were not awarded at this point.
Okay. And the final thing, because I listened in on that meeting, it's my understanding that you do help those schools when they're trying to rewrite or provide you with the information that you need to give them a favorable recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, one of the things that came out of our first review were principles, and our task force recommended that we provide those principles to the private schools, and we went ahead and did that. So they knew exactly what we were looking for, and they were provided other applications that they could look at and see what had been approved and what hadn't.
And the final thing, it appeared as though the task force was that second set of eyes to review, which was how you got another building through. So is it just the task force as the second set, or how is that process when you're reviewing it?
Okay. We have an initial set of reviewers, which are part of our internal staff and a couple from our contractors. They review it, then it comes to a lead review team of 3 people. We review everything they've done for consistency, and then we provide the recommendations to the task force. The task force can review everything. We present to them on Friday, and then they can request changes, and they vote on any changes they would like. And then once their recommendation is done, we bring it to you as the board.
So instead of the 2, it's kind of like 3 sets of
Yes.
eyes. Okay, thank you so much.
And based on what I observed, Eddie, I think that you talked about helping them. I think that they've gone the extra several miles, not just a mile, but extra several miles, because the goal is to get as much. There's no benefit to denying. There's no benefit to anybody for denying. And actually, the money that's left over in EANS 2 will be rolled over and available again in EANS 1 will be rolled over and available again.
And I was aware of that. I just wanted it to be known publicly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, I believe we are ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Did we get a second? Yeah, Melanie. Yeah. All opposed? Abstain? 901. Thank you, and I think Doug's next, right?
Yep.
So, and I'll wait, since you've informed me that that both of you have the same staff, I will wait until we get through to compliment both of you at the same time.
You can use these or that. I'd like to use those.
Instead of wasting a compliment twice.
Well, you don't have to. You can compliment Tate all you want. Thank you, Chairman Porter. So the last couple of meetings, you've been hearing about the private schools. Well, now it's time that we're going to flip things over to the publics. We finally started getting those applications in, started reviewing those, and want to give you an update on that. So far, well, when this slide was made, we had 98 plans had been submitted. I think we're up to 100 as we met this morning and talked about it. So a couple of more have come in since then. Our original was we had 20 plans that we took to the task force kind of to get our feet wet. The next week we had 29 that had been submitted at that time. So our goal was to get through those 49 and bring those to you as a state board in May. We made it through the 49 and we're actually able to do a few more. So we have 55 on the slate for you all to look at today. In those 55, those represent 76,000 students, 984 individual expenditures for a total of $34.5 million in those 55 plans. And so this is just kind of how things flow. The 0 is for you all because this is the first time that you have seen any of these plans. 55 have gone through the task force. We've got 43 more, actually 45 now that I said it was 100, that have been assigned to our reviewers, and these are the same reviewers that have looked at the private schools, so now we've just moved them over to start looking at the public school plans. And then we have about 188 that have not submitted yet, but we know that there's about 80 that are in progress in the system. So quite a few out there. To give you an idea of what the districts that have submitted look like, just a few things. The poverty level, you can see that 30 of the 55 fall in that 40 to 60% poverty. The next largest group then is the 20 to 40%. District sizes, most of these are 500 students or less, or at least half of them, or not quite half, sorry, do my math quick. 23 of those are 500 or less. 15 are in the 500 to 1,000, and then 13 in the 1 to 3. So a majority of them are less than 3,000, and the even bigger pot of those are less than 1,000 kids. Over on the right kind of gives you an idea. As you look at these plans, not every plan expended 100% of their ESSER II money. So as you look at it, you can see that 39 of the 55 spent most of it, or included the whole thing in their plan. But then you've got these others that have varying degrees of that amount of money. So they will, maybe they only submitted for the summer, they're going to come back in the fall and then submit more then. So just kind of depends on how they wanted to lay things out. But, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. So the 34.5 million represents about 10% of what's available to the districts through ESSER II. That's the 343 million. You can see that the value of that 34.5, how it breaks out into those allowable categories. A lot of it's going to learning loss, to summer, to tech, and then we've got some for indoor air quality, and you can see that it moves down from there. But the major ones are in learning loss and summer and tech, at least in these first 55. That's what we're looking at. So I mentioned that not everybody's spending their whole amount. So in the 55 districts, there's, between all of them, they have about $39 million to spend. They're spending 34.5 of it, 4.7 million left on the table to come back and submit another plan. What I was going to say earlier is when you consider that they aren't spending their whole allocation, then it kind of skews this data that's over on the right-hand side. So the average eligible expenditure per district is $627,000, ranging from $52,000 to $6.5 million. Well, the low end happens to be a district that hasn't spent all of its allocation. Same way when you look at a per student basis, we know that we have leveled up so that everybody gets at least 300, but because we've got districts that aren't using their whole allocation in the plan, then it makes it anywhere from $63 per student up to $1,100 per student. So that it kind of skews those numbers or makes them look a little wonky when you look at that, but just remember that it's because some districts haven't spent 100% of their plan. And then the bottom numbers are the same, learning loss, summer, and tech.
Doug, we have a question from Ann.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug, thank you for that. It's helpful. I know ESSER 2 and 3 was prescribed, our part of it, the discretionary part, quite differently. Is ESSER 2 and 3 for the schools a lot as different as ours was, or can they spend it on similar things?
The 15 allowable categories, 16 down there across the bottom, remain consistent across all three programs, really. ESSER 1 didn't really call them out,
right?
But it was still eligible. I don't remember, there's one extra one in ESSER 3, but it's
pretty close.
They're all the same.
Okay.
The buckets that you can spend the money in remain.
Have you guys had a chance yet to work through what the legislature required some of that money to be spent for that we probably can't require? Well, you know, the legislature said you got to spend some of your ESSER money on this or that is not on the list. Or you might want to go to speak to the microphone.
I'll address that later.
You're gonna do that later?
Yeah.
Okay, we're good then.
Are you
Thank
talking
you.
about the $10 million?
Well, there's several things, like the teacher stipends
I'll
and,
address all that.
okay, thank you.
So
Unless you want to.
the next slide represents when we're collecting the information in their plans about how they're spending the money, we're using their accounting codes. And so that's how they're identifying the items that they are buying. And so these are the 4 of the 5 main accounting codes that districts use. So the first one is instruction, second one is support services, facilities acquisition and construction, and then operation of non-instructional services. So instruction is teaching and student interaction. And so examples of that are salary for additional staff, to lower class size, to increase social distancing. A lot of our summer is in there, wages for teachers, paras, etc. Support service, professional development for teachers, paras, and administrators. And this one, I'm not an accountant, so this one came to me as a little bit of a surprise, but building projects, some of them are coming under support services. So the HVAC systems, or if those are being planned on, that's where you're probably going to see those show up. Facilities and acquisition is building projects. Not a lot of that in this first round. And then operation of non-instructional services is usually where child nutrition and wellness falls. Cooks, food service, those types of things. So you can see that under instruction, $22.5 million basically went towards instruction or is planned for instruction, $10.5 million for support services. So those are the 2 big buckets in the accounting system. And so to give you a little more detail on those 2, once again, addressing learning loss, summer, and ed tech are the big 3 in the instruction bucket. And then for support services, the $10.5 million, this is where the indoor air quality comes in, the HVAC, those types of things to improve air quality. Got some learning loss, mental health, the PD, a little ed tech in there. Some of the summer expenses go there. What we're trying to do, or what our fiscal department is helping us do, is besides these 4 big buckets, then you have the kind of breaking those down even further in their accounting codes. And so you have functions and then you have objects, and our fiscal department is helping us put together examples of what you should pair so that we get consistency when we're getting these reports in and we start collecting the data and trying to regurgitate it back, that it makes sense. So the first round that we did with the task force, we had a lot of HVAC systems that were showing up under instruction, which seemed odd. But it kind of evened out then when we got 35 more plans and we look at all 55 together. It looks like they're putting it where it should be, but we are going to provide examples to help them out on that. This one, our goal as a team was to never bring an ineligible request to the task force. We want to work with the districts and make sure that they understand what they're submitting to us. If we consider it allowable, or if we don't, give them the opportunity to withdraw what it is they're planning on spending the money, because we don't want people to get in trouble in the end. We're giving them the best guidance that we have at this time. And that's what we shoot for. We did have one district that wanted us to go ahead and bring their request to the task force. And so it's coming on to the board. So this one was, they had $325,000. Their plan included $250,000. We said $8,000 was ineligible. And that $8,000 was they wanted us to reimburse staff for video streaming sporting activities. And we didn't think that was an allowable use of federal money.
And the task force agreed.
And the task force agreed. And then these are just a few examples of, like I said, our goal is to not bring anything ineligible to the task force. We want to work it out with the district beforehand, advise them not to submit something because we don't think it's allowable. These are just some examples of some instances where we've gone back and forth with the district. We had a district request AEDs because people who've had COVID are more susceptible to heart disease and they wanted to be able to shock them if they had a heart attack at one of their activities. We thought that was kind of out there. Setting up wireless at their football field so that they could stream games. We didn't think that was appropriate for these funds. And then the one that we're getting the most question on, and I think this goes back to the question earlier, you cannot pay bonuses to your staff with federal funds. You can pay hazard pay, you can pay them for extra duty outside of their normal contract, but you cannot give bonuses. And so we have districts that are pushing us, changing the name of it, to a stipend, a retention fee, whatever, but it all boils down to a bonus because everybody's getting it. It's not for certain people who've done something above and beyond what their normal duties are.
We have, you have a question or? Okay. Go ahead, Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to just clarify, that this money that we are going to approve or not approve for the school districts as well as the private schools is subject to federal audit.
Yes, it is.
And therefore, if in fact they would determine that we gave it to them improperly, they'd have to return it. Is that correct?
In the end, it falls on the district to spend the money correctly. We are giving them the best advice that we have on how to spend it and stay within the law.
Right. So.
And in the end,
they are accountable.
if they don't spend it the way they told us they were going to, it falls on them.
Okay.
We've done the best they can, but in the follow-up, then they may, if something happens, then they're the ones that are responsible for returning that federal money, and so they're gonna have to pull it out of whatever other funds they have to pay it back, if it's not spent correctly.
That's why I really appreciate what you guys have done, because you've helped us understand these things, so thank you.
Randy.
Doug has said it in many different ways, and the task force really went about it. But everyone here needs to understand, because districts are going to ask you, because they read it, that the legislature wanted to give we call it a bonus, but they wanted to pay employees an additional $500. You cannot do that with federal funds, because that's the normal duty. You can pay people that go above and beyond the normal duty day, or you could pay them hazardous pay. And those are really the two categories, but you just can't give every employee that, because it was a COVID year, an extra amount of money. And that's going to came up in the legislature. It comes up, I think, as people apply, so, well, we heard we're supposed to spend it this way. Task force did a nice job. So I just, again, wanted to emphasize that for you.
And that's another one of those things, Ann, that I'm gonna follow up on whenever we get through with it.
Yeah, because I'm not sure why they couldn't call stuff hazardous pay, but I guess you'd have to distinguish between staff who had more hazard. I don't know.
Go ahead, Doug.
I couldn't hear, I'm sorry. Okay. So, any other questions?
Okay, Ben? Did you have a question, Ann?
Is the Perry thing going to be a separate vote?
Is the what?
The Perry request? Didn't they say we had to vote?
That, in the packet, the task force recommended not funding that request. So it's part of the motion.
Okay, so then I have a question. Did we allow any costs for live streaming other things that the districts did? Why not? It seems like in a COVID year, that would have been a genuine COVID expenditure.
As far as I can remember in what we have seen in this first round, that was the only one that I know of that was about streaming activities.
Huh. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is a motion now in order, or do we need to hold off?
A motion would be in order.
Okay. I would like to propose some minor changes to the motion for purposes of clarity, because I reread it 3 times and thought we were approving all the ESSER 3 money as well, and it was just because it was the name of the task force. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Commissioners' Task Force on ESSER and EANS distribution of money and approve the current submission of school district expenditure plans for ESSER 2 federal COVID-19 relief funds.
Is there a second to that motion? Jim McNeese seconds that motion. Any further discussion? If not, we are ready to vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed? Abstention? 9-0-1. Thank you. Now, before you guys leave, the question came up about the money that was allocated or in the bill related, one of the bills passed by the legislature that dealt with ESSER funding. They actually expected the department to spend $10 million on 3 projects. And Tate and Doug will correct me anytime I'm wrong, and that's, by the way, okay, and that's not unusual for me to be wrong. But they fail. There are 2 reasons. First of all, they don't have the authority to do that, period. And I explained this to the task force last Friday afternoon. And the second thing is that the things that they ask us to do are not allowable. So I explained to the task force that the State Board of Education, I would not be recommending to the State Board of Education that they approve funds that are obviously outside the scope. If we're not going to let school districts do things that are outside the scope, we're not going to approve that. So we are not going to do what the legislator told us to do on that, because we believe it would be violating 2 provisions. First of all, it's the department's money to distribute, not the legislature's, and secondly, it was for the wrong purposes. The other thing they did is just what we've already been discussing, is that they recommended but did not require school districts to use their funds, not our funds, to give a $500 bonus or stipend to teachers, and that is specifically prohibited. Now, following up on the last question or the last thing that Ann said, if you were required to come into school and teach kids or coach kids or something like that before vaccinations, I could make the argument that that was hazard pay. But you can't make that, I don't think you can make that argument that it was hazard pay if you never showed up at school. So that's an aside. But I think I could make that argument. They may disagree, and if they did, that's fine, because they know more about it than I do. I want to say 2 other things. All of this process that we're going through is not required. It's not required by anybody. We are doing this to make sure that school districts cannot be criticized for spending the money inadequately, and that's why we've gone through this whole process. There are 19 people on the task force. With the exception of senators that one time were actually in session, it's pretty much been 100% participation every Friday afternoon for the last several weeks. We're taking next week off. We're taking Memorial Day weekend off, but then we'll be coming back every week. And another thing that I want to say is that the people that are doing this, Doug and Tate and their committees, had other jobs before this happened. This is something that's been dumped on them, and they have done a Herculean effort. This is just absolutely overwhelming, and they and their team deserve our admiration and support. And in the long run, even though we are going to irritate people in the process, we're keeping people from doing things that are not going to be approvable, and there'll be a consequence later on. So thank you, gentlemen. I hope you pass that on to your team. We appreciate what you do and look forward to seeing you in second Friday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Peggy, would you remind me the issues that are pulled off of the consent agenda? I know F was one. E, F,
H, and L. And the only one she had a question on was F.
E, F, H, and L, right?
F, G, H, and L.
E, F, G, H, and L.
And the only question was on F, funding for parents as teachers.
Okay, so at this time, a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda A, B, C, D, I, J, K, M, N, O. Ben and Janet. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? All, okay, that passed. Okay, you had a question on F, Michelle, so.
Yes, on F, which would be the Kansas parents as teachers. I just want to know if the parents know when they're coming into the house. I did this a long time ago. It's been many years ago. Did the parents know as far as is there a consent that they sign when they offer services and they decline services? Do they know that information is being kept on that child, or is it being kept on that child if they decline services that are being recommended to them?
Hi, Michelle. This is Amanda Peterson, the Director of Early Childhood.
Sure.
So if I'm understanding correctly, yes, these are voluntary services. So families get to decide whether or not they participate in the program. They also get to consent to any data that is shared or any activities that happen as a part of that program.
Okay, they would have to consent to that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And one of the questions you asked is, do they know when they're coming? Two of my grandchildren have been in the program, and they knew exactly who they're coming. So, everything was above board. And
Yeah, I had one child that did it. The second one did not, but the first one did. So yeah,
and
it's been a long time ago. I didn't know if anything had changed.
mine was last year, so.
Okay.
So now, does that answer your question, Michelle?
It did. Thank you.
Okay, so now a motion would be in order to approve the consent agenda E, F, G, H, and L. Is there a motion? And Dina makes that motion. Is there a second? Jim seconds that motion. All in favor, please raise your hand. All opposed? 9-1. Thank you very much. Where are we here? And now I have the honor to report that the legislature is not in session, and we will meet with Craig.
And with the mask on, you don't get to see the really big smile on my face when you made that announcement.
It's not nearly as big as mine, Craig.
I'm sure that's true. Or I'm sure for some of the legislators. Tends to turn into a long session at times, particularly as they get near the end. What we are distributing for you is a synopsis of the education-related bills that passed, and I believe we got most, if not all of them. And we'll go through a few of those. Won't particularly discuss every one of them, but please ask questions if there's something that catches your eye or that you've been following and would like to know more about. And I have John Hess with me to help answer some of the more detailed questions that I may not be able to. as well as obviously Ben and Dina. So for starters, before they returned last week, they had new revenue estimates. Consensus Estimating Group does that in November and April every year. So since November, the estimates you see there on that paper are the increase over that 5-month period, what they're estimating for state income. $320 million more for the current year and $41 million for FY22. So the legislature had that information in their hip pocket when they returned on Monday. And then by the end of the day, Monday, that being the first business day in May, we had revenues for the month of April. And the month of April's revenues exceeded those most recent estimates that were only about 2 or 3 weeks old by $91 million. So there is money coming into the state. So with that, the legislature returned. Some of these bills had previously been passed and signed. Some of them we've talked about before, so I'll try not to belabor them too much. But in a few cases, we have a little additional information. Senate Bill 13 and House Bill 2104 are essentially, for our purposes, the same bill. They rolled Senate Bill 13 into 2104 and made some amendments. That's the bill that talks about the revenue neutral rate that we've discussed before. So if property values increase, a local entity cannot raise the mill rate without informing everybody that that's what they're doing. So informing each property taxpayer. The way the bill was written, and I think I've discussed this before with you, doesn't work well for school districts because school districts have several different assessed valuations. One for the general fund, one for the LOB, potentially a different one for the capital outlay, potentially a different one for the bond and interest. And the bill was written just to calculate it for one total. So we've met a few times with the Department of Administration and the County Clerks Association, and they're going to take a little different approach with school districts, at least for this year, to see how it works, and they will get a revenue neutral rate for each of the different valuations they have. So they'll have a revenue neutral rate for the general fund, a revenue neutral rate for the LOB, bond and interest, capital outlay, that are different valuations, which will actually work logically, probably better than the way it was written in the bill. And so we'll certainly get a chance to see that this summer. What it means, the general fund for school districts, mill rate is set at 20 mills. And we'll talk in a little while, they renewed that again. So school districts don't have a choice what to levy in terms of a mill rate. So if their property values increase, they will exceed the revenue neutral rate in the general fund. They have no choice in the matter. That's set by statute. So you will probably see most school districts in the state have to do that publication to exceed the revenue neutral rate. Senate Bill 40 is the bill that requires districts, school boards, local school boards to have a hearing if a parent, a student, and an employee is aggrieved by one of the decisions they've made related to COVID. A number of districts have had hearings already. That bill was passed some time ago and signed into law. The bill expires with the COVID disaster declaration, which expires at the end of this month unless something happens to renew it. So the need to have those hearings will expire at that time as well, unless something is changed or if it comes back next session. On the next page, the first thing they did when they came back Monday, actually, at least very close to the first thing, was take a vote to override the governor's veto on the tax reduction bill. They passed the bill, the legislature did, before they adjourned the first time. She vetoed it in the interim. When they returned with the revenue estimates in their hip pocket, they were able to override her veto on that bill. So the tax reductions, which will be about $284 million over the next 3 years, are in law now. Dropping down to 2134, That is the majority of K-12 and the Department of Education's budget, virtually all of it, in fact, as well as some policy issues. And this is the bill that began life, and we've talked about it as House Bill 2119. It then became Senate Bill 175 just before they adjourned, and it was not passed. So when they returned, they pulled it into House Bill 2134, and that's the version that did pass both the House and the Senate. And I'll hit a few of the items there because they're all going to be important. First and foremost, from my viewpoint anyway, they did fund the governor's recommended budget, which follows the financing that they had agreed with the Supreme Court. So the school districts will have about a 3% increase in their general fund, in their base funding, depending on what their enrollment does. Any increases in state aid for LOB, for general fund, for capital outlay will be funded. They will add $7.5 million for special education, which will not keep up with the increase in costs. So the excess cost percentage will probably decrease again next year, definitely will. We'll show you those numbers later in June when we go over the budget recommendations for you. The tax credit for low-income student scholarship program was a part of this bill. That's the current program that we have that provides a tax credit for individuals and corporations that make a contribution to provide scholarships for low-income students currently in the lowest performing 100 elementary schools. The bill amends that and opens it up to all schools, free or reduced price students in grades K through 8. So it's a pretty significant expansion from the lowest 100 public elementary to all public schools. But it does limit it to grades K through 8, and rather than just free lunch students, it's free or reduced price meal students as well. So it's a pretty good sized expansion for that program. And we'll come to the other issue similar to that later.
Let me interrupt, if I may.
Certainly.
Do we have can they transfer to any school or an accredited school?
It is still for accredited private schools only.
Accredited by us?
Yes. Accredited by, let me rephrase that, accredited by the state board or by one of the agencies that you have listed on your website as an approved accrediting agency.
And we have data for those schools?
We do. And in fact, we do this anyway, but the bill specifically requires that they submit that data and that we post it on our website, which we, as I say, we have been doing that anyway.
So a parent can look at the performance data of the private school, but logically, a student could transfer from a public school to a lower performing private school and still receive the benefit.
That's correct.
Should we make that known, or should we make parents aware that they have that? How accessible to a parent would that information be? If I were going to transfer my kid to a private school, how accessible would the information that I may be moving down would be available to me?
The information for accredited private schools is posted the same place as the information for public schools. It's all there together.
I wouldn't automatically know that, would I?
No, you would not.
If I'm a parent out
No, sir,
in
you
the
would
school
not.
district, I wouldn't automatically know that. So it's real logical, it's real probable that there will be students that are transferred to schools that are not doing as well as the one that they're in.
That's certainly.
That's part of it. I shouldn't ask you to speculate.
I'm not sure I could say probable, but it is certainly possible.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear, and I think that we need to make that clear to the legislature.
Okay, the next item, next bullet you see, deals with remote learners, and this potentially can get a little complicated. The intent of the bill was to limit remote learning in favor of virtual learning. So what it has done is created a new funding category for students who are remote learners if they are remote learners more than 40 hours over the course of the entire school year. And 40 hours was intended to be a break point about equal to a week. So if the student is participating in remote learning for more than 40 hours, they are funded at $5,000 with no weightings, rather than the base plus the weighting amount that a brick and mortar student is funded at. So that's the basis of the bill. But there is an exception built in for illness, for injury, or other extraordinary circumstances. If the student has to participate in remote learning longer than 40 hours, the board can make an exception for that student, and they won't be considered a remote learner. So it's not uncommon in many school districts, if a student is in a car accident, for instance, they may be out of school for 3 weeks while they recuperate. Those students would be allowed to be remote learners without affecting the funding. In addition, school districts cannot offer remote learning as an option for an entire school, as we've had to do this year, without state board approval for more than 40 hours. And they put the 40 hours in so that school districts could do things like choose to have remote learning on a snow day, for instance. But if they exceed 40 hours, they need state board approval, and you can grant approval if the need is related to a disaster. So the example that's always used is when Greensburg had the tornado, and they had no school left to attend. In their case, it was late in the year, so it wasn't a big issue. But if that were to happen in March, that school district would have a problem. They would be able to appeal to the state board, and you would have the option to grant them the authority to participate in remote learning for up to 240 hours. Then there's another section of the bill that allows you to grant a waiver if they need to exceed 240 hours. So if the disaster is such that they just cannot return to school and there's no other way to meet the student's needs, you can grant a waiver.
So without that waiver, Greensburg would have to rebuild their school in 6 weeks.
Yes.
Janet has a question.
My question is, what if this does happen in January, February? Don't we have a reporting date for funding, like in September, So
Yes.
how does this impact that?
Good question. So the bill requires school districts to report to us in June which students were remote learners. Because you're absolutely right, they're not going to know on September 20th on the count date who's going to be a remote learner and who's not. So they tell us at the end of the year, Craig was a remote learner, and we would adjust the funding then the following year when we audit. Because in June, if what the district is going to tell us is, hypothetically, 20 students were remote learners. Well, we don't know which 20 necessarily, so we can't adjust the weightings until we go audit them the following year, and we'll have to adjust their funding at that time. And we do something similar for virtual students. If they are 20 years old or over, they're funded on a per credit basis. Well, similar story, you don't know how many credits they're going to earn until the year's over. So school districts tell us that in June as well. So it's not unprecedented to do things that way, but it does get a little cumbersome at times.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I could ask, since we're on remote learning, instead of jumping back to it, question I've gotten regard remote learning, and it's very complicated in there. It does not exclude, if you're a student that's taking an online college class,
Right.
or if you are a student, say if you're a student at a smaller school that you don't have a physics teacher, but a neighboring district has a teacher and they're piping it in virtually for that hour, that does not affect that.
You're correct.
That's not considered remote learning.
That does not fall under this definition.
So anyway, there's been some questions I've gotten over it, and I just want to make perfectly clear that there was talk for a while that you couldn't do that. What do we do with college kids taking online courses? And this does not affect that at all.
No, it does not.
So anyway, thank you.
Certainly. All right, ESSER funds. The bill also directs the state board to allocate ESSER funds for school safety, $5 million, for the mental health intervention team program, $3.9 million, and for communities in schools, $100,000. And I'll get the language right. If the agency determines that such monies may not be used for such purposes, then expenditure shall not be made, and the agency will send a copy of that determination to the Director of the Budget and the Director of Legislative Research. So there is, my terminology, an out clause in there if State Board determines that that's not an appropriate use of those monies. You, of course, have already allocated the set-aside funds for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 both, and they were not included here. Some of the purposes they listed would be allowable to a certain extent under ESSER. School safety would not, because they specifically called it out for things like safety of doors and entrances and hardening your entrances. That's nothing to do with COVID. So that would not be acceptable even if you wanted to use the money that way. The mental health, you may use ESSER funds. School districts may for mental health purposes, but again, it's got to be related to COVID. So you can't just blanket use money for mental health purposes. You have to be able to identify it, that it's to assist with a need created by the pandemic.
But wasn't that also to increase the pilot, which is already an existing program and not related to COVID?
That's correct. The mental health intervention team program's already in place, been in place for 3 years. The legislature funded money at the same level that it's at this year. And then the increased money, which is what you requested, they suggested that it would be provided by the ESSER funds, set aside ESSER funds. School districts can choose to increase their program if they want using their own ESSER funds, but again, they're going to have to show that it's related to a need from COVID, which I think they could probably do. If they wanted to start a program, they could do it using their ESSER funds, but again, they would need to be able to show that that need was directly related to COVID. So we will need to respond to the Director of the Budget and Legislative Research as to whether that use of the money will be recommended by the board or not. We have assumed that since you've already allocated those funds out, that would be your preference, is to go with what you allocated, but I try not to assume what a board might want to do. So we will leave that in your hands for direction to us before we respond.
Is the money allocated to the department or to the board?
The language, I'll tell you that. In the Federal Act, for the set-aside funds, the 10% that is set aside, says that the state may reserve not more than 0.5% for administrative costs and the remainder for emergency needs as determined by the state educational agency to address issues responding to coronavirus, which may be addressed through the use of grants or contracts. And in our case, the state educational agency has been directed by the state board.
So it is us.
Yes.
Future agenda item.
Other questions on that? Related to ESSER funds, they also recommended, and they were careful to use the word recommend, that was specific choice, recommended that school districts provide additional pay for staff related to ESSER. There are a couple of issues with that. One, school districts, similar languages in the Federal Act, the local board decides how their money will be spent. They can use it to pay staff for additional duties related to COVID. They cannot use it to pay staff a bonus or a stipend. So you can't just say, we're going to pay everybody $500 because it's been a really difficult year. It's probably a true statement that it's been a really difficult year, But under the guidelines from the Office of the Management of Budget at the federal level, that's not an appropriate use of federal funds. Yes.
Craig, it seems like a lot of teachers, it'd be easy to show they were working nights and weekends, just documented doing mail with parents and things that they wouldn't have been doing in school. Can the schools document that and
Yes.
pay for that?
Yes, and several have already given employees additional pay. Classified staff, it's not hard to provide additional pay because you show the extra hours they work. With certified staff, a number have used the fact that teachers might be teaching both remote learning students and in-person learning students and developing 2 sets of lesson plans. They may be opening their classrooms early so that students don't have to congregate en masse somewhere, and that's not socially distanced. So any type of additional duty could justify additional pay. You just can't do it as a blanket $500 for everybody.
Would they have to show some sort of time frame that they spent extra time if it came down to they had to prove that time was spent, or could they just say, here's how they spent the extra time?
Yeah, we don't believe they'd have to show a specific time, certain number of hours, for instance. For licensed staff, since they are paid a salary, you could show an additional duty. So, for instance, they had to prepare double lesson plans because they were teaching both remote learning and in person. You wouldn't necessarily have to show how much time was spent on doing that, just that you required that teacher to teach an additional class. So we made an additional payment for that reason. Similar to supplemental pay for additional duties teachers might add for other reasons.
Because I know that some staff had to troubleshoot with internet issues and all sorts of things beyond what they normally would be required to do, so.
Yes, yeah, the learning curve certainly did not apply only to students this year.
So those kinds of things would qualify?
Yes, if you could show, and you could, that you had to do that because of COVID, providing services to students for COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Dina, one thing to remember is that you're probably going to run into negotiated agreement issues too in every school district as to what that payment might be and how that would be negotiated. So again, Craig's example I think is really good. So I'm a smaller school district. There's not enough remote kids, to hire another teacher. So we've asked this teacher to do that. There's extra work. That's all fine. But there may be issues within their negotiated agreement that makes that mandatory negotiable.
Could they go to their salary schedule or their negotiated agreement and look for a general category that allows for unanticipated? I know we had one, that in terms of work or duties as assigned.
Sure, and it's not uncommon to have already built into the salary schedule a set payment if you're teaching on your planning period, for instance.
Correct.
So something like that would certainly work.
They just have to look at what they have and manage it from there.
Yes.
But it can't be just carte blanche.
Correct. Okay. And I believe that addresses ESSER funds that were in this bill anyway. At-risk and high-density at-risk weighting, they extended the sunset on the high-density at-risk weighting through June 30th of 2024. So that weighting will be in place at least that long. It had been in the budget recommendation through 2022. So this gets us a couple more years down the road on that. They did make a couple of changes in the way school districts handle the money. For high density at risk in particular, if the district does not spend the money on best practices as identified by the school board, you have those listed on your website now, by the state school board, I'm sorry. If the school district does not spend their high density at risk on those best practices, they must return the money. And we verify that, our staff does every year on the local consolidated plan annual report. How districts spent the money, did it meet the best practices that the state school board has identified. The other change is school districts will now be required to transfer the money they receive in the general fund for at-risk and high-density at-risk into the at-risk fund. They were not previously required to do that. Most did, most spend more than that amount of money on at-risk services, but this would make it a requirement. The bill did not provide funding for a dyslexia coordinator. It did provide $80,000 for a reading program management grant through Pittsburgh State University to work with dyslexia and provide training and curriculum both for Regents institutions and for K-12 education. One bill that had been set aside 2 years in a row was pulled back in to this bill during conference committee. So school districts will now be allowed to pay tuition and fees for students who are concurrently enrolled in schools, in post-secondary schools. Currently, the state pays tuition for approved CTE programs. So if the student is attending a vocational college concurrently, that tuition is paid by the state. But if the student is taking college algebra at the community college, that's not paid. The student has to pay that. And in the past, school districts could not pay it. This bill will change that. And this was of particular interest for USD 259 in Wichita. They have a program specifically targeted for students who might not be able to afford the tuition, but have shown that they can be successful in that work. And with a little encouragement, could be even more successful. So I think that will be a positive change for a number of districts to consider. They did also bring back in the allowing accredited private school students to participate in the ACT and the work keys assessment, just as public schools do. But it was limited to accredited private schools. They also required us to work with DCF to create the foster care report card. The data is all ours, so we really create it, but they're required to post it on their website. We actually started doing that this year under a governor's executive order. This just puts it in statute so that we will continue with that report card. And then one item that was pulled out of the bill that's not included is the Student Empowerment Act, and that's the one that would have deposited the base state aid into a savings account for any at-risk student that could have been used to pay tuition to a private school then. So that did not make it in the bill. And that is our school finance bill. Actually, last day of the session, on the floor, both chambers' discussion was brief and passed it overwhelmingly. House Bill 2007 is the funding for the rest of state government. And if you look at the numbers on that table and you get to the lower right-hand side and you see we're going to have a really big ending balance because we're not spending much, that's because K-12 education is not included in this bill. It's in the bill above it. So don't get too excited about that 105% ending balance that it shows we're going to have in 2022. One issue that did not make it into House Bill 2007 was the governor's recommendation for a 2.5% raise for state employees. My understanding is the House was in favor of that recommendation, the Senate was not, and it did not make the cut when it was finally passed. So there will be no pay increase for state employees this year. Second year in a row for that. And jumping down to House Bill 2313, that's really a bill about property tax and some exemptions and other issues, but it's important to us because they included the 20 mil property tax for the general fund in that bill. They have to renew that every 2 years. That's the bill they put it in to renew this time around. That's $752 million for K-12 education. So if they don't renew that, they've got to find that money somewhere else. And then finally, ESSER funds, maintenance of effort, became an issue suddenly shortly before they returned. The maintenance of effort for ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 are based on the proportional share of expenditures. So for instance, for K-12 education, you have to be the same share of the state's total budget as we were in 2017, 18, and 19 on average. So if K-12 education was 50% of the state budget on average in those 3 years, in FY22 and FY23, we had to be 50% of the budget again. That's the basic issue, which K-12 is. With the court case and the increases that the state legislature has approved tied to the court case, K-12 ed is in good shape there. The Board of Regents in higher education is not. They have had increased funding, but it hasn't increased as fast as the rest of the state budget, so they don't meet the proportional share maintenance of effort guideline. That was all well and good until about a week before the legislature returned, and the U.S. Department of Ed clarified that if either of those entities does not meet maintenance of effort, all of the ESSER funds would possibly be in jeopardy. So even though the issue was with the Board of Regents funding K-12 ed, the money that came through the governor's office, as well as the ESSER funds that went through the higher education would all be at risk of being withheld or ask for a portion or all of it to be returned. So the Division of Budget made a recommendation to the legislature that they increase funding for higher education by $53 million for next year and another $108 million the following year. The $53 million will still leave them a little bit short, but the Division of Budget felt like that would put them in good shape for a waiver that you can ask for on the maintenance of effort requirements. After a little discussion back and forth, the legislature agreed to the $53 million for next year, and then they'll take up FY23 when they return in January. So the $53 million will be in place. The governor will probably need to send a waiver request based on that, and we will proceed from there. And then the last three that are listed were bills that had passed in the original session of the legislature prior to first adjournment. They were vetoed by the governor, and there was no override. And you see there, Senate Bill 55 was the transgender bill, as it was known, for female sports in schools. That did not have enough votes to override. And then House Bill 2039 that dealt with the civics test required for graduation and the personal financial literacy course required for graduation, and House Bill 2089 that mandated the curriculum for a firearms safety course, if you choose to teach it. The governor vetoed both of those bills. The legislature did not attempt an override vote on either one of them. And I think that's what has passed that will affect K-12 education, or in some cases not passed.
Any questions or any comments from our liaisons? Ben?
Oh, gladly, I can comment. I do want to thank John and Craig and Randy for a lot of their work this session. They probably got the brunt of a lot of yelling from across the street from lawmakers, and I know everybody here knows how hard you work, but now doing this, I get to see it day in and day out, and answering my call at 9 o'clock at night or whatever it is. So I appreciate all the work that the staff here between Randy and Craig and John and Brad as well. Brad has had to jump in there quite a bit with issues over there. So I do want to thank the staff for a lot of work this session, as in every session. But I also want to thank my colleague Dina. She took the green person and did a really good job working with me and being patient with me and teaching me a lot. So I did. Now that we're wrapping up this session, I know we have sine die, but I don't think there's any added issues that we need to worry about. So we're effectively done for the season. I am happy to have a personal life again. I'm looking forward to that for the rest of the year and then being back next year. But I do want to extend those thanks to all the people that have worked and especially my colleague Dina. She has a great knowledge of the institution and how things work over there. So I do appreciate all the work that they've all done.
Certainly welcome.
I also want to thank you, your staff, and Dina and Ben for their efforts. Dina.
I was just beat to it by Ben, but I want to thank you and Peggy for working on my testimony and Ben I always shared it with Ben as well, but that was very helpful to have your input, and Peggy always changed it into the format that it was needed, that the legislature needs, and so we all worked as a team. And thank you very much for that assistance. And it was good to see you back over at the Capitol a few times. So.
Yeah, and if I could, Mr. Chair, add to that, our partners in education as well. We work really closely with a lot of education partners across the street, and we work really hard at who's testifying to what, and I do appreciate working with all the education. They work with us, alongside us, not against us, and that's very appreciative for our educational partners as well. And there's a long list, so I don't want to list them because I'll leave somebody out, but we do have wonderful ed partners.
In addition, I'd like to thank all the members of the state board for their assistance also, because I know several of you were talking to your legislative bodies that represent you and your constituents, and that was very helpful. Thank you very much. We all worked as a team. Very important.
Item 19 is the only thing left, but let's take a 10-minute break and come back and finish that. And we're actually a little ahead of where I anticipated being at this time of day. So have plenty of time, so we will reconvene at 5. Listen to what I mean, not what I say.